Okay, Karen, it looks like it's on YouTube. And Madam Mayor, we're good to go.
Great, thank you, Megan. Welcome to our study session this evening at 6 o'clock. We are going to be talking about our urban water management plan update. And this is strictly an educational update, information only. There will be no decisions made this evening. And I also just want to reiterate that this is not really a discussion about the Bay Delta plan. We'll learn a little bit about that history, but the focus is purely on the urban water management plan update. So Syed, I know we have a few speakers this evening. So do you want to introduce our first speaker, please?
Yeah, Madam Mayor and Council, thank you. I just want to give you some basic introduction here, including the speakers. This is a time every 5 years we update the city's urban water management plan. And last time we did was in 2016, and an update is needed now. And with that said, I would like to introduce Kevin Okada, senior engineer, who's working on this project, and also Nicole Sankula, CEO of BOSCA, Bay Area Water Conservation, Bay Area Water Supply and Conservation Agency that Burlingame is part of, and Anona Dutton, she's the vice president of EKI Consulting, assisting the city in preparing the plan. And for the last several months, staff and our consultant team has been working with San Francisco Public Utilities Commission, as well as BOSCA agencies to prepare this plan. And with that, I would have Kevin come in and give us a brief overview, and then we'll go to Nicole for the background information regarding the Bay Delta.
Great, thank you, Syed.
Thank you, Syed. First, I just want to check that everyone can see my screen. And we should have the first slide on here, that you can all hear me clearly. Thank you. So we're going to talk about the urban water management plan. And as Syed mentioned, I have two guests here to help us, Nicole and Anona. And first, I'd just like to go over the agenda. So first, Nicole's going to give us a little background on what's going on regionally with the Bay Delta plan and how that affects the Tuolumne River. And then she's going to talk about BOSCA and SFPUC's actions and advocacy. And then we're going to talk about how that relates to Burlingame. And Anona will come in and talk about specifically the Burlingame Urban Water Management Plan. We're going to talk about the projected water demands, or how much water we're going to need. And then we're going to talk about the water supply, or how much we have, and the reliability of that supply. And then we're going to talk about gallons per capita per day usage, and comparing ourselves with some of our nearby neighbors. And then we're going to talk about how other agencies are dealing with this and what they're considering. And then we're going to talk about our water shortage contingency plan, which is basically a drought plan, and how we're going to deal with these shortfalls. Then we're going to talk about the schedule, and finally, we're going to finish with questions and discussion. So with that, I'm going to hand it over to Nicole.
Good afternoon, council members, mayor. I'm pleased to be here tonight. So I'm going to just start off with a question about, what is BOSCA? We are a special district. We represent the interests of the 26 water suppliers in San Mateo County, Santa Clara County, and Alameda County, including the city of Burlingame, that all rely upon the San Francisco Regional Hetch Hetchy water system. Collectively, these 26 agencies serve 1.8 million residents and over 40,000 businesses and hundreds of community organizations. Next slide. This is a map of the San Francisco Regional Water System that again provides 100% of the potable supply that Burlingame relies upon, as well as the other member agencies that BOSCA represents. This system traverses the entire width of the state of California. 85% of the supply originates from the Tuolumne River watershed up in the Yosemite National Park. and is collected behind O'Shaughnessy Dam and Hetch Hetchy Reservoir, travels across the width of the state of California. Along the way, it gets water in the East Bay, and then you're very familiar with the Peninsula reservoirs up behind you, and brings water to the entire region. Next slide. So what I'm here to talk about tonight is a regulatory action at the state level that is impacting the reliability of water supply delivered by the regional water system. The State Water Resources Control Board is actually a state legislative authorized agency, and its job is to establish water quality objectives to protect the beneficial uses of water in the greater, actually in the entire state, but in particular in the Bay Delta region, which is what we're focusing on here. And they do this through what's called the Water Quality Control Plan for the San Francisco, Sacramento, San Joaquin Delta Estuary. For short, we call it the Bay Delta Plan. And particularly, we're looking at the Phase 1 plan update, which they initiated in 2009. And it's this Phase 1 update that impacts the Tuolumne River and the other tributaries on the San Joaquin. The State Board adopted the Bay Delta Phase 1 update in December 2018. And as part of that adoption, that plan requires significantly increased flows on the Tuolumne River, impacting our supply reliability. And that supply reliability impact is felt both by San Francisco retail customers as well as BOSCA member agencies who all rely upon that regional water system. Next slide. So here's a kind of an aerial map, if you will, of the northern part of the state. You can orient yourself with San Francisco and the Bay on the left. Towards the right are the Sierras, and you'll see the Tuolumne River outlined in red. So this is the area that we're talking about. That Tuolumne River feeds into the San Joaquin River, and that eventually flows into the greater Bay Delta area. And again, 85% of our supply comes from the Tuolumne River watershed. Next slide. So what does the Bay Delta Phase 1 update actually do? What is it requiring? What it is requiring is that 40% of the unimpaired flow in the river be released every year, whether it's wet or dry, and released into the lower Tuolumne River from February to June. So let's unpack that sentence a little bit because there's a lot of pieces into it. 40% of unimpaired flow. Unimpaired flow is a calculated measurement of flow on a river that represents what would have been on the river absent any developments, man-made developments, in this instance, dams. So it's the idea of kind of what would have happened naturally on that river at any given time. And this is a data point that water rights holders traditionally are required to provide to the state board anyway for the management and maintenance of their water rights. So this is some data that the state board regularly collects anyway. So the plan requires 40% of unimpaired flow be released every year, and it would be released into what's called the lower Tuolumne River below New Don Pedro Dam, which is the uppermost point at which salmon cannot trespass any farther. They can't pass through that dam. And February to June is the primary season that we're focused on for salmonid species. To give you some context about that flow, since 1971, the February to June releases in that stretch of the river have actually averaged 32% of unimpaired flow on average. But what we know is that rivers, especially this river, excuse me, do not really operate on averages. In wet years, the unimpaired flow, the releases have been more than 60% of unimpaired flow. But in dry years, it's been as low as 10% or less. San Francisco early on reviewed the Bay Delta plan as it was undergoing its CEQA review and analysis, and they have expressed serious doubts about the Tuolumne River ecosystem benefits of the state board's plan. And there's two key reasons for this. The first is that the state board's plan really, it relies on broader Western United States, so California, Oregon, and Washington data for salmonid rivers, which certainly is appropriate given that they kind of have the same kind of species attracted to them. But what the state board didn't do is it didn't rely upon over 200 studies that are specific to the Tuolumne River that have been performed since the early 1990s that really look at what are the issues and what are the actual impacts and the ecosystem issues on the Tuolumne River. And so they didn't look at those studies. And then they also did not reflect existing actual river conditions or the specific issues for the river that need to be addressed in looking at this percent of unimpaired flow paradigm. So the concern that San Francisco has expressed, as well as Modesto and Turlock irrigation districts, is that the state board's plan won't adequately address what are the actual restricting conditions on the river at this time. And the concern would be that we would provide that flow and we still would not get those ecological benefits that we need. Next slide. So what are the potential impacts of the Bay Delta Plan on our region as a whole? And I actually used this exact slide before the state board when I testified in their environmental review process on the impacts of the Bay Delta Plan. And I bring it forward today just because these are the same exact impacts. It's the same plan that we've been talking about for several years now. And I think that's an important part of this conversation. This isn't a new issue, but it's new in how much it's impacting all of you now with your urban water management plans. But what we're talking about is, if you think back to the water, if you recall during the last drought, so unfortunately now we're in another one, but the prior drought in 2016, this region reduced its water use exceptionally well, achieving 28% on average for the region. What would have been required with the Bay Delta Plan implemented would be an additional 20 to 30% rationing on top of that. So I find that's kind of helpful to think about, is that we all kind of knew what we were doing then. We would need to do 20 to 30% more. A different way to think about it is if we were in a normal period, which we haven't had now for several years, and certainly we're not experiencing that with COVID, but if we kind of look at what normal water use could be, we would be looking at upwards of 50% rationing. And those will be similar to the numbers that you're seeing now in your urban water management plan. The other impact is that not only is the rationing significantly higher, but the number of dry years would double or triple. Again, that frequency really depends upon how high demand is, but instead of looking at what we now have, which is shortages 1 in 10 years, again, looking at past history, we would be looking at occurrences 2 in 10 years or 3 in 10 years, which means not only we're asking for up to 50% rationing, but we're asking for it possibly 3 times as often. Obviously, that's a significant impact to water customers that needs to be addressed. Next slide, please. So what have we been doing since this time? I mentioned that the state board adopted the plan in 2018. When they adopted the plan, they actually had in it a framework for what's called voluntary agreements. The state board actually welcomed them. They said, look, we recognize that these are complex issues and that voluntary agreements among the stakeholders and with the state has the power to bring, more options to the table and to have a more robust and defensible and implementable solution. So the state board kind of opened the door for that when they adopted the plan. And so what we have now is San Francisco with the Modesto and Turlock irrigation districts have actually put forth what's called the Tuolumne River Voluntary Agreement, specific to our river. And it includes flows, increased flows, but that are based on the function that we're trying to protect in the river at that time. So more targeted towards the species and the life stage that we're looking at. Investments to restore habitat, investments to reduce predation and manage aquatic species and invasive aquatic species. And this Tuolumne River Voluntary Agreement is based upon those studies that have been done on the river. In fact, we collectively, and that includes your residents as paying your share, spent over $25 million on studies in just the last 5 years as we're going through this process. So BOSCA has looked at this, and we continue to direct our efforts to support having the Tuolumne River Voluntary Agreement analyzed as an alternative to the state board's adopted plan. Because the Tuolumne River Voluntary Agreement doesn't have the water supply impacts that we're seeing, but based upon the studies done by San Francisco and the districts, we believe it will continue to meet the state board's objectives. And that's really the critical component here, meeting the objectives of the state board's adopted plan while trying to minimize the water supply impact. Because at the end of the day, in the absence of settlements, what we're seeing is a continuation of unproductive litigation, which doesn't do anything to protect the interests of your residents, your water users, or the environment. Next slide. So this is just a timeline that I've put together for everybody to use. And I'm not going to go through the whole thing at all, but there's a couple of key things I want to just point out to you. And I've mentioned them before, but I think they're important. This process started, as I mentioned, in 2009. And the state board has actually done 2 iterations already of this phase 1 update. The first one they put out, they pulled off the table pretty quickly. They put out the second one in 2016. And like I said, they adopted it in 2018. All the BOSCA agencies sent in comment letters during that adoption process, identifying these exact impacts that we're going to be talking about today. So again, those were impacts that we knew were going to exist. As the state board adopted the plan just before it, Governor Brown supported voluntary agreements, and afterwards, Governor Newsom has supported voluntary agreements. And that effort has continued to ongo under the governor's direction. Next slide. So this is my last slide. So this is kind of like, what are we doing about this, Nicole? So our actions at BOSCA fall kind of under 3 categories. First, we've been regularly reporting to our board, to the BOSCA board, to the member agencies. I meet with your staff monthly to talk about this important issue. Doing the necessary work to do the required, if you will, procedural steps to protect your interests. So that's like engaging in the CEQA process, formal comments. We have intervened in litigation on the Bay Delta plan to make sure we can protect your interests in whatever results through the litigation process. Second to that, we've also been actively advocating on your behalf with San Francisco. So despite all this is a regulatory issue on the San Francisco supply. San Francisco still has an obligation to meet its supply assurance of 184 million gallons per day to all of the wholesale customers, including Burlingame. That's an obligation that they have that is perpetual. And so BOSCA is focused on making sure that San Francisco can meet that obligation. So what we did was we were successful in urging the PUC last year to initiate what's called their Alternative Water Supply Planning Program. And it's through that program that they're looking to develop new sources of water to meet their obligations in the event that the Bay Delta plan gets implemented, essentially developing new supply to backfill the supply that's lost on the Tuolumne River through the implementation of the Bay Delta plan. And we've also supported a $288 million allocation in the PUC's 10-year capital improvement program to support, the beginning implementation of that of the Alternative Water Supply Planning Program. And then lastly, we're engaging actively on your behalf, speaking about the impact that this adopted program has on your water customers. We're engaging with state and local elected officials, with their staff, and with water customers. And our message is support for the Bay Delta plan, and it's for the Bay Delta plan objectives, but really a focus on trying to get a voluntary agreement that can meet the objectives of the Bay Delta plan while minimizing the impact to all your customers. And that concludes my remarks.
Thank you, Nicole. And with that, we'll transition over to Anona and EPI.
Thank you. Kevin, are you going to share the slides? So thank you, everybody, for the opportunity to be here tonight. Nicole, for that helpful context. As Syed and Kevin mentioned, the city is actively engaged in the development of its urban water management plan. So now I'm going to translate some of those big picture issues that Nicole discussed into what it means for the city in its urban water management plan, which, as you know, is a fairly comprehensive water supply and demand planning document, and kind of charts the city's course with respect to water supplies for the next 20 years. Kevin, I still can't see the slides. Here we go.
Now,
So there you go. So big picture, what the urban water management plan lays out is what the projected demands are of the city over the next 20-year horizon, what the supply looks like, and therefore what the supply reliability is, and what action the city is going to take in response to any identified reliability issues. So based on the latest numbers from the general plan, demand was projected going forward based on population growth, as well as development plans within the city. We are looking at an increased demand projection for the city through 2045 of about 35%. What's shown on the chart here is historical use between 2010 to 2020, and you'll see water use is going down because what the city has continued to do is use water more and more efficiently. So even as population and growth has increased in the city, demand has gone down. There is additional growth projected in the future. So even though per capita or the amount of water that each person uses is going to continue to decline in the future, we will see an increase in demand in the city based on the best available information. Next slide. So as you know, the city gets 100% of its water supply from the city and county of San Francisco from the regional water system. And per the requirements of the act, you are required to rely on the reliability information from your wholesale supplier to articulate what your available water supply is going to be. And so that's what's reflected in your plan is the information that was provided to you by San Francisco and Bosca in terms of your normal and dry year supply reliability. The foundation for that was a series of modeling efforts that the San Francisco underwent that looked at the impacts of the Bay Delta plan against historical hydrology, against numerous scenarios, and provided those results to Bosca, who then took those results and partitioned the available supply amongst the Bosca agencies in accordance with a formula that they developed for this purpose. So note a couple things about this process is that none of the supply reliability scenarios that San Francisco provided in this process that included the Bay Delta showed them meeting their level of service goals. So as you know, you have a contractual relationship with the city and county, and they are obligated to provide you, as Nicole mentioned, your perpetual supply in normal years. And the supply agreement says that there will not be shortages of more than 20%. That is their level of service goal that they committed to in the contract. The supply reliability information that's been provided suggests that with Bay Delta plan in place, they will not be able to meet those contractual level of service goals. The second thing that I will point out is because the shortages are greater than 20% as projected, there is currently no mechanism in place for two things. One, to divide water between San Francisco and the wholesale customers, which is called Tier 1. And the second is there's no formal mechanism to divide the wholesale water amongst the wholesale agencies. So the shortages that are being projected are outside of the envelope that was ever anticipated in the contract and in other agreements that the agencies have negotiated amongst themselves. So truly we are in a new place right now with the information that we have going into this urban plan. And for planning purposes, we have been, again, provided numbers from San Francisco and Bosca to use, but there's a tremendous amount of uncertainty related to those numbers because they are preliminary, they're for planning purposes, and none of the formulas that are currently in place ever anticipated shortages greater than 20%. So that's just a footnote on every number that you'll see here is that it's preliminary, it's based on the best available information, but we're all optimistic that maybe those numbers will change, particularly if some of the efforts that Bosca and San Francisco are pursuing are successful. Next slide. So there is some good news that even with the Bay Delta plan, in normal years, San Francisco does, has projected that they are going to be able to meet your demands. Basically, their obligation to satisfy the supply assurance, they can meet that in normal years. Your projected demand is within that contractual allocation, and therefore in normal years, there is sufficient supply to meet all projected demands. Where we see the challenge is in dry years. Next slide. So what is shown here is, again, the city's demand in the black line, and in the red bars is the allocation of water that will be available to the city in projected future single dry on the left and a 5-year multiple dry year sequence on the right. And so you can see that for the first time in the city's history, we are projecting to have significant shortfalls. Again, this is assuming Bay Delta plan is implemented as adopted, a lot of uncertainty there. This is assuming that the tier 1 allocation between San Francisco and Bosque isn't renegotiated for shortages greater than 20%. And this assumes that the allocation amongst the Bosque agencies is the shortages are divided equally, which again is something to be negotiated. So again, a lot of uncertainty, but the point remains that if Bay Delta plan is implemented, there are going to be significant impacts to the city's water supply in dry years. Next slide. So if that were the case, if the Bay Delta plan is implemented as adopted and becomes, gets put in place starting in 2023, will the city be able to meet the necessary shortages that are being projected? We've looked at the numbers closely. We've worked closely with city staff to do it. And the answer is uncomfortably yes. What would that look like? It would look like significant reductions in outdoor water use. Basically, all discretionary water use would have to be reduced significantly and or eliminated. It would put a tremendous pressure on commercial water use to reduce that. It would mean every residential account would get a water budget where they would get a set amount of water to use, and usage above that would have to be penalized through rates or fines or something to make sure that everyone could maintain their water use at the very low level that's required. And the city would have to do its part by making sure there were no leaks in the system, there were no excess operational losses, so on and so forth. But, much as the city worked together in the last route to save a significant amount of water, that and more would be required to meet the shortages that are being projected here. Next slide. To put this a little bit in perspective, I think it's helpful to understand overall in the city, you guys use over 100 gallons per person per day. So if you think about a milk jug in your refrigerator, that's 1 gallon. So right now, each of us in Burlingame are using over 100 of those every single day. On a residential basis, the number is more like 63 because that other 40 is for commercial, the hotels, restaurants, so on and so forth. So, if you just think about the residents in your city, they're using about 63. By comparison, there are other cities, other Bosque agencies whose residents right now are using less than 40 gallons per capita per day. So it's not, when we think about the water budgets that might be required to make our way through one of these significant projected droughts, on a normal year basis, some of our friends and neighbors are using that little water. So it's not impossible. It would require a lot of diligence on the part of the customers to be able to reduce water use that significantly. It's about 20 gallons per person per day. So if you think about moving through your day, where could you save 20 gallons? 20 milk jugs. It's a lot of water. Next slide. obviously this, one of the city's roles is to, supply, clean water at a reasonable price to your customers. Clearly, they're working closely with Bosca and San Francisco to do, everything they can through their collective agency as Bosca to try to work towards the voluntary agreements or some alternative to the draconian cutbacks that are currently being projected. The city sent a letter in 2017, which I included here on the slide, to the state board, arguing, and alerting the state board to the potential impacts of the Bay Delta plan. So you have gone on record in your opposition independently and through Bosca to this. You've also been an active participant in water conservation programs over time, which is why your per capita water use has continued and is projected to continue to decrease over time. As part of this effort, you've been updating your drought plan to really articulate at every stage of a drought what you would need to do, what you would need to ask of your customers to achieve the necessary savings goals. And as I and Nicole mentioned, there's a lot of work being done with the Bosca agencies and with Bosca to try to work towards a better solution. Next slide. What are your neighboring agencies doing in response to this? Well, this has been a galvanizing force. And so there's been a lot of interest in expansion of recycled water. So several agencies have continued to develop and are looking to increase their development of recycled water as an alternative supply. They're looking at additional water conservation options, gray water being one of them that I know is of interest to the city here. Several agencies are doing studies to look at the potential to augment their supply portfolio with groundwater. And they're also doing a lot more and planning to do a lot more water conservation, including water budgets. And several agencies, Redwood City is an example of an agency that on a normal year basis has a water budget that they assign to their residential customers, and that's how they do their water rates. So that kind of water budget-based thinking is starting to expand, especially during, consideration of dry years. And other Bosca agencies are developing what's called water neutral growth policies, where any new development that comes, into the city has to dramatically reduce their water footprint. If they can't get their incremental use to zero on site, they have to look outside of their footprint and into the city as to other places they can save additional water. And if they still can't get to zero, they need to bring their own water. And so those kinds of policies, I think you're going to see with increasing frequency up and down the peninsula as people try to balance the need to sustain a thriving local economy with the more constrained water supply sources that we have. Next slide. In terms of a drought, the updated drought plan responds to the legislative requirements, which are very prescriptive and require you to spell out 6 stages of a drought to over 50%, which is, what the current projections show that you might be faced with. So, there is a rationale there. And so we've done detailed modeling, next slide, of the kinds of actions that will be needed, again, to meet these level of shortfalls, including reductions of outdoor water use, simple, effective actions, simplify messaging, provide some flexibility to customers. That's actually what a water budget does. It doesn't tell you how to get there. It tells you what you need to achieve, and then it's up to you to figure out how you want to get there. So there's some beauty and autonomy in that. And again, all of this has been quantitatively modeled. And that model was informed by your performance during the last drought. So we have a pretty good sense of, the kinds of actions that are going to allow you to achieve the necessary savings. So the complete plan, I guess I'll turn it over to Kevin. He'll talk about the process for review and so forth.
Thank you, Nona. I just really briefly want to go over the schedule. So we're planning on going to public hearing sometime in the summer. And we want to have the most current information with us before we put out the draft urban water management plan. And then after that, we will go to public hearing. After public hearing, we will go to adoption, the meeting after. And I just wanted to note that the deadline for the urban water management plan is July 1st, which we will be a little late. And we did some research and there's no financial penalty to submitting the urban water management plan late. But we will not be eligible for any state revolving funds loans for water related projects until we submit. And at this time, the city does not have any plans for any water related state revolving fund loans. And with that, we'll go to questions and discussion.
Thank you, Kevin. Mayor and council, I just wanted. Hello?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay, good. I just wanted to, I guess there's this echoes here. I don't know if you guys are all hearing echo. I just wanted to convey that the plan that you saw right now, it's definitely alarming, and this it might send a very a message that is shocking. But I just wanted to let you know that there may be there's a lot of work being going on right now behind the scenes in terms of voluntary settlements, and also the state may change the Delta plan. And so when that happens, staff will be bringing an update, will update the plan. And so there's what you heard today is just a scenario that may happen, may not happen, but we wanted to be prepared and inform you about it. But that is in the case of a potential multi-year drought situation. And we hope that this does not happen, but if it happens, then you are prepared for it. But I just want to let you know that there is a lot to happen before we, before San Francisco agrees to the numbers from the state and the state starts implementing the plan. This is just an adoption. There is no date yet. At least as I understand, there's no details developed as to how to adopt the plan. And Nicole can correct me if I'm wrong.
Thank you, Director Matuza. I'd like to thank all our speakers this evening, and we're going to start out with some questions. So I will start out with the first question, and then we'll follow with Councilmember Brownrigg and Vice Mayor Ortiz. So if we were to cut across the board, that 40% or possibly more, how is that figured out? Because there are people, let's say, in the city that have conserved all along, and that big percentage may hurt them more than, let's say, someone that hasn't been conserving as much. So how is that formula figured out?
Let me try to answer that question. The simplest way to do is to do a per capita budget. And that's what Anona explained earlier. So when you look at single family homes or just residential per capita, that needs to be established. And the city would have a discretion, or based on economic impacts, we will have to come to council determining what percentage of cuts we have to establish for the commercial established, such as hotels and restaurants and other businesses. So, but from a general residential point of view, it will be a per capita decision. So everybody gets an allocation based on per capita.
Okay, and then the other question I have is, you're talking about what Burlingame needs to do. So I'm assuming you've looked at it as a region. And when I know a concern with some of the constituents I've talked to is, if we keep increasing the density of housing, are you looking at the cumulative addition of all that housing when you are figuring out your water formulas?
Nicole, I'm sorry, I know that would be yours.
Yes, the demand projections right now present the best available information in terms of the number and type of housing that's anticipated. And again, this goes, we're taking those demands into account when we're doing the modeling for the shortage as well. And that, as Director Martuzza said, that's kind of the beauty of water budgets, or the per capita. Because if you assign a water budget to an account and they've already, put in efforts to put in low water use, plantings or high efficiency fixtures, maybe they're already at their water budget and they don't need to do a lot more. It's their neighbor whose sprinkler is running off into the driveway that really could use, really needs to be incentivized to reduce their water use. So, part of what we see when we see that future reduced per capita demand does reflect the more efficient and denser nature of housing to circle back on your other point.
Thank you. All right, so we will go with Councilmember Brown, followed by Vice Mayor Ortiz.
Thank you. To Nicole. Did everyone put themselves on mute? Maybe that'll help. Because I also hear the echo. That's better. Thank you so much. Also, thanks very much to Nicole for her years of service at Bosca. Really appreciate it. Always candid and super smart and on top of the facts. I have just a couple of questions. One, the forecast, which seems very alarming, is that a first year of dryness forecast, or we have a number of reservoirs, right, that give us a buffer, correct?
So that is, it would be in a multiple dry year periods. So it wouldn't be the first year, but with the implementation of the Bay Delta plan, we would quickly go into a severe level of rationing. Because
how quickly is that, Nicole?
It would be in the second year.
Okay.
We would go into it in the second year, which right now that doesn't normally happen. We can go a little bit farther, but with the implementation of the Bay Delta plan, we will go in much faster. So by the second year.
Appreciate that. And I guess, I think a lot depends on how so let me ask one other question. Obviously, it's sometimes framed as people versus salmon, but there's actually a third actor in here, right? And that's farmers. And so when we look at how much of the Tuolumne goes to agriculture?
Oh, it's close to 75% of what's withdrawn from the river goes to agriculture.
Right. So I'll just make a comment. I'll make two comments. One, I appreciate this presentation. I think if we are going to consider the Bay Delta plan, then I think we ought to hear from people who have a different point of view with respect to the environmental impacts. And I think that's just smart public policy to hear both sides, because there really is serious scientific debate about protecting the fisheries. And when we talk about protecting fisheries, we're talking about protecting people's livelihoods on the coast, because if the salmon don't grow, then they don't become a fishery. And I will speak as a fisherman, you can't expect a healthy fishery if you have trickles of water going through rivers. That just doesn't work. So I would like to suggest we get a briefing from kind of the other side of the environmental divide, and look seriously at the risk of this program. My understanding was if the reservoirs became depleted, then we would agree that we could allow more water through, or at least that's the Bay Delta plan. And that seems to me to be a fairly sensible stopgap. I think we have a lot of residents who, if they were told the choice is between watering their lawn and protecting salmon, they'll protect salmon. So I completely agree. People don't want to be at 50% water levels for years after years after years, but I don't actually think that's what we're talking about. So anyway, thank you for the presentation. I do appreciate it.
Nicole, did you want to respond? Because I saw your hand go up.
Well, just a few things I might say. I think there are, the voluntary agreement path is focusing on achieving the same objectives that have been laid out by the Bay Delta, by the state board, while minimizing the impacts. And Bosca's interest has been in having it be evaluated as an alternative. So going through essentially a third-party review evaluation, independently guided by the state board and their staff, and going through the necessary CEQA process. So the idea is to see if there is an alternative that can achieve the results that are needed, because the results are critical. It is 100% affirmed on the Bosca board. There is an affirmation of making sure that the environment is protected, but at the same time trying to manage the risk for the water supply. The other thing I might say is that, and Ms. Dutton hit on this in her remarks, the PUC has stated that this is the reliability that you can expect as much as it is, because it is an adopted regulatory issue. So it is the reliability that they've given Burlingame and all the other wholesale customers for you to analyze as part of your urban water management plan. That's not a position. It doesn't require, for example, Burlingame to take a position on the Bay Delta plan. You're just responding to the reliability information that your wholesaler has provided to you. And that is what is required by the code.
Thank you.
Thank you, Nicole. Vice Mayor Ortiz, followed by Councilmember Colson.
Thank you. Thank you very much for the presentation. Lots to think about and lots to worry about. So thank you. Well, took care of my sleep for tonight. So here's one of the couple of questions that I thought of as you guys were presenting. And I had questions about the water budgets that the mayor already asked. But the question I have on the way they're done, do people self-report the number of individuals that live in each one of the houses?
Well, that's what the city of Redwood City did. When they were developing their water budget program, they sent a survey out to every single one of their customers. And if people responded, they adjusted the water budgets accordingly. If they did not, they defaulted to a water budget.
Okay, great. And then we were talking about fines or higher rates for people with higher usage. And I remember having conversations about this, and we ran into some issues with, is it Prop 218 that we had some issues with? And I'm curious how that would work with that.
Well, I can't comment on the Prop 218 in your particular case. What's critical in rate studies is, to establish a nexus, and that's what your rate consultant would work with your staff, your city staff to do. But basically, you are allowed to provide disincentives for overuse of water during dry years. And so one of those incentives could be, additional fees if you use water above your water budget.
Great. I just have this memory that we ran into some issue with that. And then finally, you were talking about the water neutral concept for development, and that if they were not water neutral or were not able to make it up in other locations in the city, that they would bring their own water. I'm curious how that looks. How does that work?
Well, I mean, that's a $1 million question, literally. But there are big developments. For example, there's a large development being proposed in Brisbane, and one of the conditions of that development is that they have to bring their own water supply. So they are in a mission to either secure water outside of the area and import it in through agreements. It's called a water transfer. You can do it between BOSCA agencies, or you can do it with agencies and bring that water into the regional system. But I would say it's not a simple matter.
Great. Well, thank you very much. Appreciate your help.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Councilmember Colson.
Thank you. So I think this highlights, I have sort of one comment, one question. The first is comment, which is I think this really highlights the need for us to focus and re-engage in the conversation around recycled water and what we're going to need to do to invest in this infrastructure. As you know, we're processing water for both Hillsborough and Burlingame. And then after we process it, it's not quite ready to be used for irrigation, but then it's submitted out to the Bay. And for many, many reasons, there's a lot of benefits to being able to think about how we might recycle that and reuse that for irrigation of our own facilities, as well as commercial and our own residential use. So getting purple pipe in and thinking about how we might do that, I think is going to be imperative, and we should start thinking about that now. The second thing is we have a worst case scenario of 52%, sort of the multi-year drought, 52%. Is that similar with other cities, or some more or some less?
It really depends. Those cities that have additional supplies, be it recycled water or groundwater or a supply from another agency, maybe they buy it from Santa Clara or directly from the State Water Project or something, they have more resiliency. They don't have as dramatic of cutbacks. Burlingame is one of the more dramatic ones because your only supply source is San Francisco.
Okay, and then you didn't, Nicole, this one's kind of for you, the SF lawsuit. You sort of mentioned it, but what do you kind of think about the outcome of that?
So, yeah, so BOSCA intervened in the lawsuit that San Francisco filed against the state board CEQA action. So that was done in February, I think, 2019. That is a very, very slow moving legal case. They are still looking at records at this point. They haven't even agreed upon all the records that are going to be part of the case because it's an administrative records collection. So, and I think primarily the focus really is on trying to get settlement through the voluntary agreement process. Mm-hmm. And so, I mean, the lawsuits, everybody's going through the necessary steps and, you know, obviously it's a process, but nobody's racing it because the hope is that really the voluntary agreements can be successful. Those discussions have really reinvigorated themselves with the changing of the federal administration in January, because one of the issues that was really stopping the progress on the voluntary agreement discussions were the lawsuits between the state and the federal water projects. So the state and the feds are suing each other over the operation of the projects, which is part of the bigger Bay Delta plan. Obviously, if the two biggest players in the Delta can't talk to each other, it makes it very difficult to come up with a settlement. With the change in administrations, the federal regulators have come back to the table. And they're having very intense negotiations at this time. I listened to Wade Crowfoot, who is the Secretary for Natural Resources, who is addressing this on behalf of the governor at a conference last week. And, you know, he even went so far as to say they thought they were going to have something before Mother's Day. But unfortunately, the drought showed up and they had to switch their focus just to get out and kind of make some decisions about drought declarations. But that's how optimistic he was. And we're all focusing on that.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'm just looking at the time. So I'm going to call on Director Mertusa, followed by Councilmember Beach. And then I want to switch over then to the attendees to see if anyone has any questions.
Madam Mayor, I just wanted to respond to Councilmember Colson's question about the recycled water. Staff has been looking at recycled water for the last several years. We did look at 2015 about a possible project to serve the Bayfront area to basically build a production facility and a distribution facility serving the landscaping, the parks, as well as several commercial properties. We looked at about $20 million roughly cost of that. And we also have been working with the regional agencies as SFUC, South City, San Bruno, and Millbrae as well to look at possible joint project. But some of these projects, the costs are so heavy that not much has come out of it. But there are opportunities to look at this on a regional basis because the cost would be a lot more smaller. I mean, it would be a lot more cost effective if we do projects like that on a regional basis. I just wanted to point that out.
Councilmember Beach.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'll be brief because I know we want to go to public comment. And I do appreciate Director Mertusa's and Councilmember Colson's comments about recycled water and, you know, also whatever other alternate water supply sources it sounds like other communities have. There's a palette of options to find alternate water supply. I'm sure it's not easy right now, but, if that's something we need to explore. It just strikes me what attention we have, particularly in Burlingame, a city that really thinks of itself as a green city. Yes, we are an urban environment too, but we value, certainly we've got to step up the efforts for low water landscaping, but we really value our trees, and trees do require water to stay healthy or they become dangerous and unsustainable. So we've got our work cut out for us, and how intertwined a number of the issues that we're actually discussing tonight are when it comes to water, whether it's green infrastructure stormwater treatments that are required, mandated by the state coming forward, that we've got to have more green infrastructure in our roads for stormwater runoff, housing issues. All these things are interrelated in how complex all this is. So we've got our work cut out for us. Appreciate the update, the understanding of Bosca's perspective on the Bay Delta plan. I don't know a lot about it. I know we're not taking a position on that. I appreciate that we're just interpreting the reliability information, how it impacts Burlingame. If it ever were to go further and we need to learn more about it, I would support Councilmember Brownrigg's opinion to just hear from all, different perspectives on it. But I do think the bottom line is it looks like we have anywhere from a 35 to a 50% shortfall of our water supply, and that certainly gets all of our attention. So thank you all so much for the presentation and the insight tonight.
All right, on that note, to the attendees, I want to open that up. So is there anyone in the public that would like to speak on this subject? Please raise your hand. Joe Baylock. Joe, why don't you unmute yourself?
Yeah, am I unmuted now?
Yes.
Great, thank you. I know you have a council meeting starting in 4 minutes, and I could ask about 25 questions, but I'm just going to ask one question. And it's sort of targeted towards Nicole. It would be really a public service if Bosca did a tally of all 26 water agencies' consumption and projected shortfalls and made that a public document. I've asked for that a couple of times from various officials, and there was a statement from one of your team that said you really don't want to look over the shoulders of the various water agencies. I don't think that's a legitimate approach to take, and I think you need to do it a 26-row spreadsheet and make it public so everybody can take a look at what's going on. Thank you.
Thank you, Joe. Are there any other questions before I close public comment? Please raise your hand. Crystal Cancino. Please unmute yourself.
Hello. Can everybody hear me? Sorry, I just jumped in because I thought the meeting started at 7, but this is public comment. Is that correct?
Sorry, no, Crystal, this is just the
This
study.
is a public. Sorry, Megan, I was unmuting myself. Crystal, this is the public comment to our study session. We are talking about the urban water management plan. So that is what this is geared toward. If you are referring to public comment for the regular meeting, that will be a tad bit later.
Okay, yes, Mayor, that is exactly what I'm waiting for. Then I will just continue to wait. Thank you. Sorry to waste your time.
Great, no worries. Thank you very much, Crystal. Is there anyone else? Okay, I'm going to close public comment. And Megan, I meant to ask you, did we get any emails in regard to this study session?
No, we did not.
All right, so then on that note, are there any other questions of our presenters before we move on to our regular council meeting? Okay, if not, I know, Nicole, you heard Mr. Baylock, so maybe at some point if you could send an email and touch base and see what can possibly be done in regard to adding some information.
I can do that, definitely.
Great, thank you very much. We are going to close the study session and then move on to our regular city council meeting. Okay, Megan, I know you're probably a bunch of attendees that are coming in. So do we want to wait a minute before we start?
Why don't we give it 1 minute since
Sure.
we're 7 still. Okay, I think you can start now.
Okay, so welcome to our city council meeting on the 17th of May at 7 p.m. We just finished our study session on our urban water management plan. So we are going to actually start with the Pledge of Allegiance first. And so I will actually do the Pledge of Allegiance this evening. So if we can all stand if you can. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Megan, can we have roll call, please?
Councilmember Beach,
Here.
Councilmember Colson,
Here.
Councilmember Brownrigg,
Here.
Vice Mayor Ortiz,
Here.
Mayor O'Brien.
Here, let the record show that all council members are in attendance. Before we go into, well, actually, there was no report out from closed session. We just had a study session. But I would like to introduce our new city attorney that is here this evening, Michael Gina. So welcome to the city of Burlingame, and it's nice to have a new face. We missed our previous attorney, but we are delighted to have you. We had a great panel of candidates that applied for this position. So congratulations to you, and we all look forward to working with you and you being part of our staff.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you, Council, for the warm welcome. I'm very excited to be here. Glad to start my first day with you all, and I really appreciate your confidence in me. Again, I'm very, very excited to be here. So thank you.
You are quite welcome. All right, upcoming events. We have the Gallery on the Green, which will be Saturday, June 5th from 10 to 1. This will be an opportunity for local artists to display their artwork and for the community to have the chance to be able to visit. Secondly, the library presents Conversation with Lori Gottlieb from the New York Times bestseller author of Maybe We Should Talk to Someone. And she's the weekly Dear Therapist columnist for The Atlantic. This is going to be a virtual event, which will be on the 26th of May from 6 to 7 p.m. And you can sign up through the library. And then finally, I just want to give a reminder that the library trustee applications are due this Friday at 5 o'clock. So you can go to the city website, www.burlingame.org, and go under commissions and then fill out an application. This evening, we have one presentation, and that will be our Reimagine Samtrans. So if we can start with that. Syed, who will be giving the presentation on this?
Madam Mayor, we have Jonathan from Caltrain that would be presenting. Jonathan, are you here?
Hi, it's Jessica Epstein. I am with Samtrans, and there he is. Yep, Jonathan is here. So he had to finish up another meeting right before this, so I was just coming to cover for a moment. We're very happy to be here, and also wanted to just give you a little pitch first. I'm with the Community Affairs team that we have a survey live now. It's live until May 31st. So Jonathan's going to give you a lot of information. I'll be taking notes in the background, but really want to encourage people to take our survey by May 31st. Give us the feedback. This is really where the rubber meets the road, really specific information on routes. So we'd really love to hear from people. And with that, I'll hand it off to Jonathan.
Thanks, Jessica. Sorry, making sure all the pieces were in place. So thank you so much for having us here to present Reimagine Samtrans. this afternoon or evening, we will be talking about the project goals and timeline for Reimagine Samtrans. We'll introduce the alternatives and go into potential changes in Burlingame. And then we'll talk about that public input process and how folks can get involved. And then I will have time for any questions. I'm happy to answer those. So talking about the Reimagine alternatives, I want to talk briefly about our guiding principles. As we're making the alternatives and going through the Reimagine process, we want to make sure that we continue to focus on the customer, fully recognizing that without the customer, that there's really no need for us. So we want to make sure that we design a system that people want and can use. Also, we want to make sure that we design a system with our workforce in mind, our operators, and that we design it so that they're able to deliver it with a high caliber. We want to have effective mobility and be an effective mobility provider. That means that folks can actually use us to get where they need to go in the county and in the region, and not just have a bus on the road for the sake of having a bus out there. And finally, social equity. Make sure that everything that we're doing is through the lens of equity, and that we continue to promote equity in our bus system. Talking about the project timeline, the project kicked off in the summer of 2019. There was a lot of public outreach, and from that public outreach, we designed alternatives that I'll be presenting tonight. And those we need a lot of public comment on and to understand what people think. From there, we'll develop a preferred alternative. So this is a good place to highlight that the alternatives that you'll see this evening are not the final product. It's not just pick 1, 2, or 3, but rather we will get the feedback and then design a preferred alternative based on what folks feel is important and the input that we receive from the public. Once we design that preferred alternative, we'll bring it back out for public comment, and then it'll go to our board to be adopted, with service implementation scheduled for the summer of 22. So again, talking about informing the alternatives, existing conditions, how Samtrans is today, that public outreach that I've talked about, and then a lot of marketing research went into the final design for these 3. Across all of the alternatives, there were some objectives that we wanted to make sure that we hit. Scheduling, making sure that we design a service that is efficient, that we have it mesh well together so that we're maximizing our resources. Making sure that it's reliable. If we say a bus is going to be there, it's going to be there. Working on connections and making sure that we connect well to ourselves and to the other transit providers in the region, including BART, Muni, Caltrain, VTA. Being efficient, making sure that we are maximizing our resources in the sense of having as full buses as possible, looking at areas where if we could combine 2 routes and thus save a bus to go somewhere else in the system, we want to do that. And along with that, make sure that we have less duplication in the system. We don't want to be competing against ourselves for riders. And of course, the equity, making sure that with all these objectives and everything that we do, that we continue to promote equity within the county of San Mateo. Now I have a short video that was put together by the team to explain where we're at. I'll play that for you, and then we'll get a little bit deeper into the alternatives.
Reimagine Samtrans is an exciting project to evaluate and refresh the entire Samtrans bus system. Early in the project, we held more than 60 community events and received nearly 5,000 survey responses from our riders, the public, and our bus operators. You told us how Samtrans could better meet your transportation needs. When we asked, how should we invest in better bus service? You told us your top priorities were more frequent service, better real-time bus arrival information, faster routes with fewer stops, and better connections to rail service like BART and Caltrain. Designing bus routes is all about trade-offs, and we can't do it all. We asked you how we should balance these trade-offs. Samtrans riders said they want the bus to come more often on major streets, while others want bus service to more places. Riders want service outside of traditional commute times, and riders and non-riders both said they would be willing to walk a little farther to a bus stop if the bus was faster and more direct. So what did we do next? We used everything we learned to design 3 bus network alternatives. Each of the 3 alternatives sets a different vision for the future. Alternative 1 focuses on creating a high-frequency bus network that can be used for all kinds of trips. In this alternative, 7 routes in high-demand areas would provide service every 15 minutes or better all day long. This network would bring 4 times as many people within walking distance of a high-frequency bus route compared to today. Alternative 2 improves connections to rail stations and expands access to the Bay Area region. It adds new direct routes to key BART and Caltrain stations, employment centers, and community colleges. 3 routes, including 2 express routes, would serve downtown San Francisco. Alternative 3 offers the most geographic coverage of service. In addition to keeping service around the county, this alternative expands midday and weekend service. It also includes 4 new on-demand service areas. On-demand service allows people to take trips within the coverage area using an app or calling to book trips in real time. We want to know which network best describes your priorities. Please visit reimaginesamtrans.com or call 1-800-660-4287 to learn how each route may change and to give us your input.
All right, going a little bit deeper into those alternatives that were talked about in the video. In alternative 1, which is the high frequency model, everything has a check and balance in order to achieve the theme of high frequency. So in alternative 1, we would be looking at a slight or a modest reduction in school-related services. Local service would have just a slight reduction, but you see that frequency would greatly increase, and the express service would stay neutral. In alternative 2, which is the prioritize the connections to rail in the region, school service would have a modest reduction, local service would increase, frequent service would remain neutral, and then express service would greatly increase. And in alternative 3, that geographic coverage, school-related service would have a modest reduction, local service would have a modest increase, frequent service would remain neutral, and express service would have a reduction. And this slide really talks about the alternatives and how they compare to each other. And again, I'll emphasize here that you'll see that each of the alternatives hits on different sections that we wanted to accomplish, but none is 100%. And so that's where there's these trade-offs that we really need the input from the public on of what really matters at the route level so that we understand and can meet those needs in that preferred alternative. So with that, we'll dive into a couple routes that we think really pertain to Burlingame. The first one is the route ECR. Under alternative 1 for the ECR, we would actually split the route into 2, and the split would occur at the Millbrae Transit Center. We'd have the ECR North then and the ECR South. And the ECR North would run every 10 minutes on weekdays and every 15 minutes on weekends. And the ECR South would run every 15 minutes, 7 days a week. Under this scenario, and actually all 3, is a shortening of the route for efficiency using Flerney Street in Daly City, which is on the northern end by Daly City Park. This would result in a quicker travel time and still maintain those connections to Muni and to BART. And then we would reintroduce the ECR Rapid. If folks are familiar with that, it was the limited stop service, so it had fewer stops but traveled along the corridor much quicker. And we'd have that service between Redwood City and San Bruno BART. Under alternative 2, the route would stay the same as it is today as far as its pathway, but we would be looking in this alternative to consolidate the stops along the route. About 30% of the stops is what we would look to consolidate, and this would improve travel time along the route by 10 to 15 minutes during peak times. A trade-off is that about 10% of riders would need to walk a little bit further to get to a new stop, but everyone would benefit from the decrease in travel time, increase in speed through the route. And then alternative 3, this one has the least amount of change for the ECR. The frequency and hours of service wouldn't change, but we would look to reschedule the route to better reflect actual travel speeds. And this is something that we do continually with routes as we do service changes, but this would be a larger overhaul to make sure that reliability is there, that we are matching the traffic pattern so that when we say that a bus is going to be there at a certain time, it'll be there. And then going into city specific, we have the Route 292. The Route 292 has average ridership along the route, but it's a really long route, which makes our on-time performance a challenge. And when we got feedback about the Route 292, the public suggested that on-time performance and speed along the route, as in travel time, not speed as in miles per hour, was a challenge because of too many stops. And then there's a request for more frequent service. And so alternative 1 addresses the frequent service and also the reliability. And what it does is at the Millbrae station, BART station, again, we would split the route. The route between Hillsdale and Millbrae would be renamed the Route 293. And then the 292, which would be the northern portion, would end at Bayshore to connect with Muni, but we'd no longer go into downtown San Francisco on the route. And this would, we'd have an increase in frequency to every 15 minutes on that northern portion of the 292 during peak and the midday, 7 days a week. And the Route 293, which will be the southern portion, would be a 30-minute frequency. In alternative 2, the route would stay the same as it is today as far as the routing. But again, here we would look at doing limited stop, meaning that we would place this bus stops about a half mile from each other. That doesn't necessarily mean half-mile walking to get to the stop. If you think about it, if they're halfway between each other and you're right in the middle of those two, you'd be about a quarter-mile walk to get to the stop. It does mean fewer stops along the route, but it will decrease the travel time that folks experience when they ride the route. And the frequency and hours of service will stay the same as today. And then alternative 3, which is the geographic coverage, we would add Millbrae BART station to the 292. And then instead of doing that limited stop service across the entire route, like in alternative 2, here we would only have that limited stop in San Francisco. And the frequency and hours would stay the same. So with those 2 routes highlighted, talking about public input and how people can give us that feedback, we have our website, reimaginesamtrans.com. And on there, we have all sorts of things, including alternative proposals for all the routes in the system. We have some opportunities to talk to staff during some social media events, including Fridays at noon. We have Sam Chat, which is an Instagram Live program that we've been doing. It's been pretty awesome. And also, I'll mention that a couple of the chats that we've had, well, all the chats that we have are recorded on Instagram, but there are a couple already on there about Reimagine. If people want to check those out. We have meetings with stakeholder groups in the different cities, like tonight, and we do have some limited pop-up events that have occurred and will occur around the system. We also had, for a majority, virtual public meeting We did these by different regions within the county. The next one coming up is tomorrow. It is for North County, and it's from 5:30 to 6:30 p.m. It will go over Reimagine as well as the changes and focus on the changes in the north part of the county. And we will have languages available for that meeting, including English, Spanish, Mandarin, and Cantonese. And there's more information about it at reimaginesamtrans.com/get involved. And finally, talking about the survey, it is at reimaginesamtrans.com/alternatives. And there's a little screenshot of how you get into the survey. I will say that it is a simple survey. It's not meant to be cumbersome or make you talk or answer questions about all the routes, but instead really give feedback on the specific routes that affect you or that you have opinions on. And there you can give preference of which alternative you think is the best, and even get down to, you know, the granular level along the route and discuss and give feedback on the specific changes that are proposed. So with that, thank you very much for your time. It's greatly appreciated, and I'm available to answer any questions.
Thank you very much, Jonathan. So I will start with the council. I do have one quick question. I noticed in the beginning of your presentation, there has been a common theme of a modest reduction with school services. So can you elaborate on that a little bit, considering most families these days are dual income, need to go to work, and these kids may not have a mode of transportation, but Samtrans to get to and from school?
Yeah, so some of the reductions that we're looking at are really consolidations. One good example is the Route 16 and 49, which goes from Brisbane down to Terra Nova. And so those two routes, the 16 and 49, both of them are about at half capacity. And so our proposal there is to merge the two together. And we looked at the ridership along those routes, and the pieces that are taken off are where there's no ridership that exists, or folks could reasonably get to a stop within a few more minutes of walking. And as a result, there we still have the coverage. It only adds 3 minutes of travel time, but we're able to utilize one of those buses because two were doing it before to provide resources elsewhere in the system. We're also looking at the routes, and we went route by route. And if there's no ridership in an area, and there hasn't been historically, we're looking at slimming down the route so that it no longer serves that area with no ridership. So not a lot of elimination in the sense that folks will lose rides, but fine tuning and consolidation of the routes.
Thank you, Jonathan. I appreciate that explanation. Councilmember Coulson, followed by Councilmember Beach.
Thank you very much, Mayor, for that question. As a mother who put her kids for 4 years on the school bus, I had the exact same question, so thank you. And then the second one I have is this notion of the on-demand service. It looked like Foster City area or some other areas possibly. I guess my question is that does that end up replicating kind of the commercial services that we already have with Uber and Lyft, or is it to be in addition to cheaper? Why would you do the Samtrans on demand versus a commercially available option?
Yeah, sure. Great question. So the on-demand and the regions that are proposed could be just the start of regions that could receive the service. We did a pilot in Pacifica that ended last year, and then these are proposed. So if they're implemented, it's really in areas where we know that there's a demand for public transportation, but it's really spread out and it won't work for a traditional fixed route bus. Now, why on-demand service versus a TNC? The on-demand service, the cost on it will be the fare that's for your fixed route bus. So it will be a less expensive option than a TNC or a taxi. Same as taking the fixed route bus somewhere versus taking a taxi or TNC. But it also won't quite have that on-demand feature that a taxi would, right? So you would schedule your ride, you're going to have a wait time. It's going to be a shared service. So it's a way to try to maximize resources over a large geographic area while still keeping that public transportation feel of a share ride and being cost effective for the customer.
Thank you. Thank you, Jonathan.
Of course.
Councilmember Beach.
Yeah, I want to thank the Samtrans team for just a terrific presentation and this work over Reimagine Samtrans. It couldn't be more important. When public transportation works well for people, people will use it. The market will prevail and people will choose it. And I just admire what Samtrans is trying to do to try to make the system work better for the riders. So that's great. I echo my colleagues' concerns about school service decreasing and I think all the different alternatives. Just speaking for Burlingame, that bus, I forget the line number that transports from BIS over to, the other part of town is packed when pre-COVID. A lot of people ride it. So all for efficiencies, how we can, make it work so it's never been a dedicated school bus, but it's a bus that transports a lot of students. We notice when schools started opening, I live right near California Drive, and there is significant backup at Broadway that's transformational that starts to happen around pickup time because a lot of parents will just choose to drive. And I would encourage our liaison committee with the school district. Hopefully Samtrans, that bus service is going to restart in the fall, but if it doesn't, we've got to come up with a solution for our community because it's going to impact our roads dramatically, and we hope Samtrans can be a part of that. A question on alternative one for El Camino. I'm really familiar with both these rides. I was just on El Camino Samtrans this week riding. Alternative one, is that going to change the frequency, 15-minute headways, or is that the same? I always think of it, in theory, it's 15-minute headways. Sometimes it always doesn't work out, but is that going to reduce?
No, it won't reduce. Okay. For the ECR South, I think the part that it does not. It actually increases the frequency on the weekends. So it'll be 15-minute service all the time.
Okay, all right. So that's what Alter One does. I'm curious if there's information that you're hearing because you're polling riders, and that's the most important people to listen to. But is there synergy around any of these alternatives? Particularly, do you have the data from riders that ride these routes here in Burlingame, Alt 1, 2, or 3 for the ECR route and the 292, or are we not there yet in the public process to understand what the riders are preferring?
We don't have the results yet. We're definitely getting comments right now from the riders. So the survey is open until May 31st, and then we'll start really doing that data analyzation. We do have the ridership by stop that went into designing the alternatives. So it would be really good to see that feedback from the riders. But we've tried to engage both riders and non-riders, or what I hope to be future riders, and what they'd like to hear too. So hopefully we get a lot of good feedback, and happy to share it once we do.
So, if I could just throw in a little extra data point on that. So we are actually, what we've seen so far is the alternatives are trending pretty equivalently overall. Maybe a slight favoring here or there on some of the routes, but holistically it's pretty even. But as Jonathan said, the end product or the end network you see in the fall is going to be a combination of all of them. We're going to try to take the best of what we see from all three alternatives, balance it against our cost constraints, our operator headcount, and come out with something new. So you definitely won't see alternative one moved forward.
Got it.
You'll see a hybrid. And,
so, No, appreciate that input. I would say that I'm going to make sure my kids take the survey as well. From my perspective, I would use Samtrans more if I could walk a little farther and have faster service. So I do like some of the elements of alternative 2 because that becomes an impediment sometimes. But to walk a little quarter or a half mile instead of the block to speed up the service would be terrific. So thank you so much for doing the survey. Samtrans is clean, it's safe. It's a comfortable ride. It's just a terrific service that more of us should use like we do when we travel around the world and visit other countries with bus systems. We should get in the mindset and give it a try. Thank you.
Chris.
Councilmember Brownrick.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you, Samtrans, for your service and for being here tonight. I read the presentation ahead of time and thought, well, this is a really thorough process. And I, as one voice, am not going to bring anything to picking between alternatives. I think you're on a great track to figuring out the right way. I would say for me, as a public policy person, the two metrics that resonated the most with me is have the most potential to drive ridership, because at the end of the day, this is a publicly funded and publicly subsidized service. And I'd like to think we're helping as many people as possible. And coupled with equity, making sure that we're serving communities that may not have a lot of other options. So to me, those are the two most important metrics. But again, I feel very confident in your process. Otherwise, I just wanted to echo in a way, or maybe tag along with a comment that Councilwoman Coulson made, which is I would love to see us, not in this study, but over time, figure out if there's a way to get Samtrans more involved with first mile, last mile. Because I do think a lot more people, especially senior citizens, would be very happy being on public transit, but not if they have to walk 3/4 of a mile uphill. And, I think this gets into shuttles, which has been a pet project of mine here. And I would love to see us all involved more robustly in shuttles so that we can feed your great service. Because I think a lot of people would be willing to do it, but not. Councilwoman Beach is a wonderful person, but not everybody's willing to walk 3/4 of a mile or a mile to a bus stop. So I'd love to see us work with you on first mile, last mile, especially in our city. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councilmember Brownrigg. Before I open it up to the public, I actually was going to mention, similar to Councilmember Brownrigg, considering Burlingame now is working to become an age-friendly certified city, we also have to really look at this at an older adult lens. And so I'd be curious with the demographics of your surveys, how many are older adults and what their feedback has been. So just to kind of keep that, in consideration moving forward. And I do also would strongly encourage, shuttles. I remember, I've grown up in Burlingame, and there was shuttles when I was small, going up and down, hillside, and they were used frequently. And so just to keep those in mind. All right, I am going to open up to public. And I see a few hands raised. So I'm going to start out with, and all I see on here is a number, 957-551. So whoever that is, can you unmute yourself, or actually *9 if you're on a phone, please?
I believe it's Sandra Lang.
Well, it's not me, but I just unmuted.
Yep.
It's not my, so shall I go ahead?
Yes, please.
Yes.
Yes, thank you very much, Jonathan. And I appreciate the great overview that you gave with all the different choices that go into this project. I have a particular question, and it has to do with the facilities or shelters at bus stops themselves. Did any of the alternatives look into the sheltering, the bus stop covers that are particularly on El Camino, I'm thinking, when it's raining and we have many seniors and many people who work, for example, at Peninsula Hospital, or people that need to get to work. So regardless of the city, I'm concerned about sufficient shelters when people wait for buses. Thank you.
Chris, thanks, Sandra.
Thank you, Ms. Lang. What we may do, if you're okay with this, Jonathan, is we'll take the comments and questions from the public first, and then swing back to you if you want to answer some of those questions, if you know those answers.
Sounds good.
Okay. Next, we have Madeline.
Hi, my name is Madeline. I live in Burlingame. Thanks. I just want to say thanks to Samtrans for the presentation and for all the work going into the Reimagine project. I've been following it, and I think there's definitely like a lot of good data being collected. I really want to just would like to tell council to contemplate the importance of ECR, the ECR bus route, not just in Burlingame, but how important it is regionally, and really work with Samtrans and Caltrans to prioritize improving bus service along ECR through bus rapid transit solutions, particularly when opportunities arrive with projects like with Caltrans and the ECR renewal project. I think it's really important for a city like Burlingame, who prides itself on taking climate action very seriously, to do really everything it can to make ECR a transit first corridor. There's things that can be done, like implementing transit signal priority programs, installing bus shelters, telling Caltrans to study a bus lane alternative in its current roadway renewal project that's happening right now in Burlingame. These are all things that really can be done. I think it just might require a little bit more sort of proactiveness on the side of Burlingame electeds. ECR is really one of the most popular bus routes in our region, and today the high capacity buses on ECR are forced to mix with single occupancy vehicles, and this really degrades the service by slowing down bus speeds, and ultimately is really hurts potential ridership, because of course if people have access to a vehicle, people are going to drive if it's the faster or more convenient option. So if we continue to allow single occupancy vehicles to rule ECR, even if they're all electric, it's really only going to discourage more people to it's going to discourage people to take the actual sustainable modes of transportation, like taking the bus. But it also hurts existing riders as well. So Samtrans riders today, as I think probably most of you know, are going to be lower income working class people trying to get to work or school. And they are really the ones who suffer the most from the sort of like disinvestment that has historically gone on with our transit. So I really just wanted to make sure that council really, and I appreciate the comments that I've heard so far, kind of narrowing in on ECR, but we have an opportunity with the ECR renewal project with Caltrans right now, and it would be great to see a little bit more proactiveness around what we can do in the ECR renewal alternatives to really improve bus service with things like BRT. Thanks.
Thank you, Madeline. Crystal.
Hi, thank you, Mayor O'Brien. I just also wanted to highlight the same thing that Council Member Brownrigg, I'm sorry if I got that wrong, about the shuttle system. I live in a community where there are lots of seniors here, and a lot of seniors here also have dialysis, and sometimes have a really hard time going up the hill to the bus station, and sometimes miss the bus completely going to their dialysis appointment and ended up missing that. So I kind of just wanted to highlight that there are lots of people in the senior communities who have dialysis appointments, and some of the clinics that they go to don't have shuttles, or even don't have enough shuttles to kind of support the patient population. And I also kind of wanted to support the member of the public that also brought up the shelter. I live right across the street from one of the busiest shopping plazas, and lots of the people there who work late at night till sometimes 10 o'clock at night, because they work in the restaurant business, they take the shuttle to San Francisco, and sometimes they're standing there at 10 p.m., 10:30, shivering. There's no benches, there's no sheltering. So I myself have actually seen them and taking them into the city, or taking them where they needed to if I had the time. But I do hope that in the future we can provide benches and shelterings for people in the future at the bus stops. But again, just really wanted to highlight, especially the seniors who have dialysis and have medical problems and can't seem to get to their appointments on time because there is no shuttle or resources to help them out. Thank you.
Thank you, Crystal. Is there anyone else in the audience that would like to speak? Okay, we'll switch over back to the panelists.
Yeah, Brian, I'm sorry. I do have an email as well.
Oh, okay. Megan, do you want to summarize that, please?
Yes, so I received 2 emails, but one of the individuals spoke, so I'll just read the other one. So this is from Rayanne. She says, thank you to Samtrans for this bus network redesign presentation. I would like to draw special attention to the El Camino Real corridor. This presentation has highlighted the importance of the corridor for bus service. Burlingame should do everything in its power to improve transit service on El Camino, which runs the entire length of the city. Improvements should include working closely with Samtrans and Caltrans to expeditiously implement a transit signal priority program, install bus shelters on the route, and push for Caltrans to study a bus lane alternative for its roadway renewal project. Samtrans is proposing splitting route ECR because of unreliable service due in large part to high capacity buses being forced to compete in traffic with single occupancy vehicles. We must implement solutions to this clear road design problem. It is inequitable to force high capacity vehicles that often carry lower income workers and marginalized communities that don't often turn out to public meetings to be held up by single occupancy vehicles. These type of improvements will expand transit ridership. Much as Samtrans is reimagining its bus network, Burlingame has a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to reimagine El Camino Real as a roadway that serves more than just motorists, but one that serves all roadway users, including pedestrians, bicyclists, and transit users.
Thank you, Megan. Councilmember Beach.
No, thank you, Madam Mayor. I just wanted to appreciate everybody's, particularly the public comments, and just compliment Samtrans. They won't have time to go into it, but staff is working incredibly hard on not only reimagine Samtrans, but a detailed shuttle survey study with Samtrans, with commute.org, to really look at exactly what people have brought up here tonight, which is how do you connect shuttles to Samtrans and last mile solutions, bus rapid transit, express bus on the highway. There's also a very robust Ready Wheels program. So anybody with dialysis or who is disabled can get a cheap, free, same cost door-to-door service from their home to wherever they need to go. It's amazing, the service that Samtrans provides. So encourage anybody who wants to learn more to check out the Samtrans website and all the great work that they're doing. And certainly if you need door-to-door service for folks with disabilities, there's amazing stuff for seniors and disabled folks as well. And thank you to staff.
And then I'll just add on to that is shelters are next. We're not studying bus shelters as part of Reimagine Samtrans, but after this closes, I think probably in next year, we're going to kick off a bus stop access improvement study, and we'll look really holistically at our bus shelters system in the county. I will say though, if there is a need, we do have some criteria, so cities can contact us to talk individually about shelter locations.
Great, thank you, Jessica and Jonathan, for the presentation this evening. So we look forward to, once you kind of close up the surveys and get all those results, that we set up maybe a follow-up meeting for a presentation. Great, thank you. Have a good evening. All right, moving on to our agenda. We now have public comments. Members of the public may speak out about any item not on the agenda. Members of the public wishing to suggest an item for a future council agenda may do so during this public comment. The Ralph M. Brown Act prohibits the City Council from acting on any matter that is not on the agenda. So I'm going to open it up to public comment. Before we start public comment, I am making the assumption that there may be many people here that want to talk about the consent item, which is item 8H, and usually that has to be pulled off in order to have public comment. I just want to let everyone know that someone did send an email this afternoon wanting to pull that item off. So there will be a discussion on that. So you don't have to worry about talking about it now. We will pull off that off the consent calendar, and you will have your opportunity to speak in support or against. All right, on that note, we have a few people lined up for public comment. So I'm going to start out with Crystal Cancino, followed by Mike Dunham, followed by Madeline.
Hi. Thank you, Mayor O'Brien. Thank you, Vice Mayor Ortiz, City Council members of Burlingame. I'm so sorry. My dogs are barking in the background. I'm so sorry. I am Crystal Cancino from the San Mateo County LGBTQ Commission. I wanted to thank you all on behalf of the Commission for issuing a Pride Month proclamation in June. As part of our annual visibility campaign, we'd like to personally invite Burlingame, you all, to join us this year in raising the Pride flag. Last year, we were able to gain the support of the Burlingame Library, who displayed the flag on their building. This year, we are asking that Burlingame City Council raise the Progress flag to show support for diversity, equity, and inclusion. For more education on the progress flag, I am more than happy to show you our presentation. We know you all have a lot on your plate, and we recognize each city may be changed by the nature of recent events. And it is for the same reason a Pride visibility campaign has spread across the country, from here to Maine, showing the strongest support in the Bay Area. Many counties have agreed to show their support of our diverse LGBTQ community, including our Black, Brown, and trans community. If you ask me, our county is one of the best counties in the country. We are family friendly, we are neighborly, we are kind, we are diverse, we are inclusive, we try to do our best for our communities, and we have no shame showing how proud we are to stand up for what we believe is good. 14 out of 20 San Mateo County cities rose the flag last year, and we have partnered with so much more this year, including Portola Valley. We hope you all can join our campaign for the visibility of our Burlingame LGBTQ community who are in support of this. I'd like to leave you with a quote from one of Burlingame's own. It would be with great pride and a sense of community, solidarity, if the rainbow flag was raised at City Hall. Thank you all for your time. I hope you all are taking care of yourselves during this month of mental health awareness. God bless you all.
Thank you, Crystal. We have Mike Dunham, please.
Good evening, Council, Mayor Bryan, Vice Mayor Ortiz, and everyone else. My name is Mike Dunham, Burlingame resident. Wanted to just comment on two matters tonight. I think as all of you saw, the CDC is beginning to revise its guidance on mask wearing for folks who've been vaccinated. And it seems like the state of California will be following suit sometime in mid-June to sort of reopen up things much more broadly. That sort of brings me to two things I think are important for us to start thinking about. One is continuing what we're doing tonight, which is allowing the public to comment remotely on agenda items. I've been to a bunch of city council meetings in person before the pandemic and a bunch after the pandemic begun. And in general, I've noticed a lot more, and I think a lot more diverse representation among public commenters when people can comment remotely. I think it's really important that we continue that. I know there's legislation in Sacramento that is looking to mandate it, but it's at the moment is only aimed at large cities of 250,000 people or more. I would encourage Burlingame to keep this going, even if it's not a legal mandate from the state. It's really important for hearing a lot of diverse voices and a lot of diverse issues, especially for folks who aren't able to orient their lives to sit in the council chamber for a few hours waiting for the thing they care about to show up. I give you all a lot of credit for dealing with very long meetings, but let's not make the public sit through that when they really care only about a few things. The second thing I wanted to bring up, and I hope you'll consider, is as the risk of COVID-19 gets lower and lower, as more folks are vaccinated, when are we going to open up Burlingame Avenue or parts of Burlingame Avenue to pedestrians again? I think a big part of the argument when it was shut down in August, where the decision was made, was around safety. I think that argument is rapidly disappearing. A few weeks ago, I was getting some boba with my wife from Trudan, and we were just sitting on a bench right on the avenue and saw a car turning and almost hit a pedestrian walking a dog, turning from Lorton onto Burlingame Avenue going west. I think that particular stretch you could shut down. You're not losing that many parking spaces. It would be huge for having a real public square in advance of the one that's being planned permanently. Strongly encourage you all to agendize that, bring that back this summer, really invest in our downtown, especially when things are safe again. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Madeline.
Hello again, council members. Thank you for another opportunity to speak. Similar, I will just echo sort of the similar sentiment that Mike Dunham just shared. It has come to my attention, I think, as for a lot of other people who have been engaging more in government meetings in this past year, that the ability to do this through Zoom or phone will be temporary, especially for cities like Burlingame, who don't meet the population requirement that was, I think, an amendment born out of some negotiation process for Assembly Bill 339, which is that bill looking to permanently expand access to government meetings. So I really would like at Burlingame to do whatever it can to keep government meetings accessible through phone and Zoom or email, all these things that we've been able to do during the pandemic, even after it's safe to gather indoors again. We've all seen how much more accessible these meetings have become, especially for working folks and younger folks during the pandemic. And I think retiring these online channels to engage would be a huge step backwards in having our public processes be more representative, more accessible, and ultimately would be a big step backwards in really being able to drive to better outcomes and solutions. And then also, again, I spend a lot of time walking and biking around Burlingame because I don't have a car. And, the things that I observe intimately on a day-to-day, week-to-week basis, especially around Burlingame Ave, are really, the number of close encounters with motorists that I have, or the things that I observe, like, people making turns and not looking and almost hitting pedestrians. I just see this every time I'm out, and it doesn't have to be this way. So I also think the, opening streets up to people first is something that should definitely be back on the table. I just don't understand why it hasn't been picked up again. I'm kind of, I think it's great that San Mateo next door is considering keeping some of their open streets permanent. And, that's just such a huge amenity for those residents. And I think Burlingame residents deserve the same thing.
Thank you, Madeline. Can you repeat the bill number that you mentioned early in your conversation? I missed it.
Assembly Bill 339.
Thank you. Ron.
Good afternoon, everybody. I just have a brief statement to make. This is my first Zoom meeting. I'm a 40-year resident of Burlingame. And my question is, why does it seem like most of our local complainers who identify as activists and advocates come from out of state? A few examples, and I prepared this statement before I got on the meeting, are Maddie and Mike from New York, Jonathan and Josh from Pennsylvania, Michael from Washington, Amy and Katie, and I don't know where they're from. But they've moved to San Mateo County, and it seems like online at least, all they do is ever complain. It's too expensive here, the implication that we're a racist society, single family housing is racist and segregationist. I want more bike lanes, I want affordable housing that someone else pays for, and on and on. My question is, why didn't you stay in your hometowns and fix them? I believe these people have all come to the conclusion that us locals just don't know any better, but we like things the way they were before you showed up. And we don't want you to ruin our situation. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Ron. Kathy. Do you want to unmute yourself?
Yep. So I'll be speaking a little later, Madam Mayor and Council. Nice to see you all on item 8H, but I wanted to express a different point of view about council meetings being in public versus over Zoom. I can't wait till they're alive again. I feel like there's a major segment of our community who can't join remotely or by Zoom or online. I'm fortunate to have an 85-year-old mother who's Zooming her happy hours and everything else, but I can't believe, and Ricardo knows her really well, that all seniors are able to access that way. And I think it's really important for people to attend meetings live so they can sit through all the different items and educate themselves on what's happening in the community. I feel just dropping in for the one or two things you care about is not caring about the things that your neighbors are caring about. So I don't mind having Zoom as an aspect of council meetings, but I'm really, really looking forward to having live meetings again and really having the engaged community that Burlingame has been known for.
Thank you very much, Kathy. Is there anyone else that would like to speak before? Okay, Nirmala Pandrapalli, please.
Good evening, Mayor Ann O'Brien, Keegren, and council members. My name is Nirmala Bandrapalli, and I'm a longtime resident of Burlingame. Tonight, I offer this public comment as a commissioner and president on the San Mateo County's Commission on the Status of Women. On behalf of the commission, we want to thank the city of Burlingame for recognizing May as a mental health awareness month. Mental health is essential to everyone's overall health. Everyone at this meeting tonight needs no reminder of the toll the pandemic has taken on the mental and emotional health of all of our residents. As a commissioner on the status of women, I want to take this opportunity to take a moment to draw attention to the disproportionate impact the pandemic has had on the women. 60% of job losses during the pandemic were borne by women. Women were the majority of workers in high-risk jobs such as childcare and healthcare. Women bear the brunt of care responsibility for aging parents or sick family members, childcare when it's no longer available, and specific to the pandemic, homeschooling when schools were closed or partially in session. Expectant mothers and those with young children have reported a 3.5-fold increase in anxiety and depression symptoms. Tragically, women have been the target of a dramatic increase in domestic violence during the pandemic. To our women council members and all the women in the audience this evening, please know, during these unprecedented times come stress, sadness, and anxiety. We are not alone. Sharing your emotion with supportive listeners can alleviate stress and improve your mood. Practicing self-compassion is a must. Too often, we are kind to others, but dismissive of our own distress. Seek out professional help. It's not a sign of weakness, it's a sign of strength. I want to share some valuable resources you may be aware already or not be aware through the San Mateo County Behavioral Health and Recovery Sciences. Check out the URL smchealth.org, Mental Health Month. I encourage everyone, not just women and girls, to access this website, which lists a wide range of free online events happening this month, and they're all free. Presentations are meaningful, provided in multiple languages, and reflect different cultures. In closing, as the council's proclamation noted, at the last meeting, if mental health is fundamental to overall health, then a focus on your behavioral wellness is the best prevention. Thank you again to the Burlingame leadership and behalf of the Commission on the Status of Women for helping us all rise above the stigma surrounding mental health. Good evening, everyone.
Thank you very much, Nirmala. Is there anyone else that would like to speak? Okay, on that note, we'll switch back to our panelists and we'll move to the next item on the agenda, which is our consent calendar. So colleagues, is there anyone that would like to pull a consent item off? We already have 8H pulled off.
Madam Mayor, I'd like to just make a very brief comment about item 8F, the investment policy.
Okay. If there is no one else that wants to pull anything off, can I have a motion to approve items 8A, B, C, D, E, and G?
So moved.
Second.
So motion made by Councilmember Brownrigg, seconded by Vice Mayor Ortiz. Megan, can we have a roll call? Actually, first, before I do that, I have to open it up to the public, so sorry about that. And before I do that, Megan, is there anyone that emailed pulling any other additional consent item off?
No, there's not.
Okay, thank you. Is there anyone in the public that would like to pull a consent item off? Joel Cohn, which item would you like to pull off?
Yes, I'd like to request that the council pull off item 8H, the letter opposing SB 9.
It's already pulled off.
Oh,
Thank
all right.
you.
Thank you. Sorry about that.
No worries, no worries. Anyone else? All right, very good. So on that note, then, Megan, can we have a roll call on the motion that's been made?
Councilmember Beach,
Yes.
Councilmember Coulson,
Yes.
Councilmember Brownrigg,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Ortiz,
Yes.
Mayor O'Brien.
Yes, motion passes 5-0. All right, so we are going to start with item 8F. Councilmember Brownrigg, you had a comment.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. It is a comment, and I'll be brief. We're already a little bit later than I expected to be. But I just wanted to say this is the investment policy, and I want to mostly say thank you, I think, to Director Augustine and also the investment team beneath, or that she helps manage. And I say that not only because we're doing reasonably well as a government agency is allowed to do, but in particular, looking at all of the different bonds we own. We own bonds that make you proud. So we own California development bonds. We own World Bank bonds. And what we don't own, and I just wanted to say this for the public record, what we don't own are fossil fuels. We don't own any companies that would make you embarrassed. And I just appreciate that, because I do think, although it's a drop in the bucket in the financial world, you know, your money matters and your values are shown. And I just appreciate that we own bonds and are in positions that we can feel good about. So that's all I wanted to say.
Thank you, Councilmember Brownrigg. Is there anyone else, any of my colleagues that wants to add anything before I open it up to public comment? Okay, if not, first, Megan, has anyone sent an email in regards to this item? Okay. To the public, is there anyone from the public that would like to ask a question or comment on item 8F? Okay, doesn't look like it, so I'm going to close public comment. And can someone make a motion, please?
Madam Mayor, move to approve.
Yeah. Sorry.
Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Okay. Motion made by Councilmember Beach, seconded by Councilmember Brownrigg. Megan?
Councilmember Beach,
Yes.
Councilmember Brownrigg, or Councilmember Coulson,
Yes.
Councilmember Brownrigg,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Ortiz,
Yes.
Mayor O'Brien.
Yes, motion passes 5-0. All right, now we come to item 8H. This has been pulled off by a constituent. So I will have our city manager, Lisa Goldman, go over the staff report. It will be followed by my colleagues if they have any questions of staff. Then I will open it up to public comment. I'm going to ask now, though, for the public to raise their hands if they want to speak, so I can kind of determine the time allotment. All right, City Manager Goldman, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Good evening, Council. I also have Community Development Director Kevin Gardner here, and so he also worked on this and can weigh in on the planning aspects of it. I'll just give you the overview. We are asking that you authorize the mayor to send a letter to State Senate President Pro Tem Tony Atkins and some other folks expressing the city's opposition to SB 9. This is a bill that Senator Atkins introduced that would require cities and counties to permit ministerially either or both of the following, as long as they meet specified conditions: a housing development of no more than 2 units, so a duplex, and the subdivision of a parcel into 2 approximately equal parcels, which is an urban lot split. This bill has passed a number of committees. It's passed its Senate Housing Committee on April 15th, passed the Senate Government and Finance Committee on April 22nd. On May 10th, it went into the Senate Appropriations Committee, where they voted to put it on the suspense file, and that's where bills go when they have a financial impact on the state. The actual impact is pretty low. It only has to be $50,000, and The analysts in the Senate staffers determined this has about an $85,000 impact on the Senate, or excuse me, on the state government. And so it went into the suspense file. I thought it might go before the committee today, but it's actually scheduled for hearing on the 20th. All bills need to pass out of their, I'm sorry, Kiki, sorry about that. All bills need to pass out of their fiscal committees by May 21st. So they have, they're meeting the day before the deadline. If it passes the fiscal committee, it goes to the Senate floor and then does the whole dance over on the assembly side. There could be amendments along the way. You have in your packet the latest version of the bill, which was amended on the 27th of April. And Senate Appropriations has not made any additional amendments. They probably won't. They'll probably send it over straight to the floor, assuming it passes. We do have an attached draft letter for you. When this was before you 2 weeks ago, we had an oppose unless amended. And we were following the League of California Cities lead. They have since changed their opinion of all of this legislation, and they are now at a straight oppose. So they worked with the author and could not get it into a format that the League of California Cities could support. For us, we're asking for just a straight opposition letter. We did acknowledge a lot of what Burlingame has done in the area of housing, all the units that we have approved, that have been built, that are in the planning phases, areas that we've rezoned and whatnot. And really talks about the good work that Burlingame has done around housing. And so with that, I'm happy to answer any questions. Again, Kevin Gardner's here. He is the one who knows all the good data about Burlingame's particular conditions and was able to put that into the letter. Thank you.
Thank you, City Manager Goldman. Any questions from my colleagues?
After this, then we go to public comment, Madam Mayor, is that right? So I'd like to just make a quick comment if I may.
Actually, I prefer with questions, not comments.
All right, I'll put it in the form of a question, which is, my question is to the public, and that is, I wonder if we can all agree to disagree without being disagreeable. These are charged issues that affect people's property and their ability to live places, and undoubtedly emotions run high. But I'm wondering whether the public thinks that we can be respectful of one another as we discuss this issue. And that's my question, but maybe it's a rhetorical question. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Brownrigg. Before I open it up to the attendees, to our city clerk, Megan, do we have some emails on this topic?
We do, and I see some of the individuals that emailed their hands up, so I'll skip their emails so that in person, and I'll go through the emails. Let me get my timer out for myself. Okay. This first one comes from John, I think it's Choma, C-H-O-M-A. Burlingame City Council. I'm a Burlingame resident of nearly 40 years. During my time here, I've never felt it necessary to contact the City Council. Part of the reason for my non-involvement was the trust I had in my elected local officials to make decisions that were in the best interests of the community. The introduction of Senate Bill 9 has dashed both my feelings of community connection and personal trust. When my wife Gloria and I made the decision to move to Burlingame 40 years ago, we felt like we had found a place that was determined to preserve its close-knit character. From the small nearby elementary schools to the walkable downtown and the small intimate parks and public spaces. City councils of the past were brave and bold in their commitment to that community atmosphere and lifestyle. SB 9 is an assault on that type of living that allows residents the opportunity to live in a space where they can rest, relax, and recover. Our family made the decision long ago to forfeit living in a gated community or in a much larger house in the East Bay, choosing instead to raise our children in a small 100-year-old craftsman bungalow in Burlingame because it was Burlingame. The Burlingame where city officials appreciated the special nature of what had been preserved throughout the years by their predecessors, no matter what personal favor they may gain from a political party or state legislature. It's time once again to be brave and do what the citizens of Burlingame want. Despite enticements and influences from the outside, reject completely SB 9. Our next public comment comes from Rayanne. She says, I strongly oppose this letter of opposition. SB 9 is an important bill that will help address the housing crisis and racial segregation in our communities by legalizing more affordable units to be built in all of our neighborhoods. I am dismayed when I see homes demolished and replaced with larger single-family homes that are more unaffordable. All white people, such as my friend, who until recently slept on a couch in his living room, are forced to live in overcrowded apartments due to a lack of housing units in our area. With SB 9, we have an opportunity to address several issues, including climate change, racial segregation, housing affordability, and public health. By increasing our housing supply, we will alleviate overcrowding. This helps reduce the transmission of COVID. As an example, East Palo Alto, which is a high level of overcrowding, also has 30% of all COVID deaths in San Mateo County. By allowing more units to be built, we can reduce this overcrowding. From a climate change perspective, single-family homes are the most energy-intensive type of homes. That means that in large swaths of Burlingame, we are only allowing the most environmentally destructive residential land use. We should legalize more environmentally friendly land uses. Finally, from a racial segregation standpoint, by making housing more affordable with SB 9, we allow for lower income groups, which are disproportionately made up of racial minorities, to have access to higher opportunity neighborhoods. As a city that is looking to combat having a NIMBY reputation, Burlingame should not shoot itself in the foot and oppose SB 9. It should not stand in the way of addressing the housing crisis. The next email comes from Rebecca Coleman. She says, my name is Rebecca Coleman and I'm a 19-year-old resident of Burlingame. Both of my parents are homeowners in Burlingame, one living in the Easton Addition and the other close to Washington Elementary School. I graduated from Burlingame High School in 2020 and am now a first-year student at UC Santa Barbara. I'm writing to you today because I do not think that the Burlingame City Council should send a letter of opposition on California Senate Bill 9. My educational experience at Burlingame High School was amazing because of the teachers, support, and funding that we received. Having reflected on my 4 years at Burlingame, I think that the lack of diversity has severely hindered my understanding of the world. Having mostly interacted with people of my same race, white, and family income high, I find myself struggling to make connections with people who come from different backgrounds. Current Burlingame residents should be able to go to school with, socialize with, and learn from students who do not have the wealth that they do. This is for Burlingame residents' sake, but also, of course, for the sake of the students who are deserving of a quality education, but whose family cannot afford to live in Burlingame. Despite being 6% of California's population, Black residents make up only 1% of Burlingame's population. Despite being almost 39% of California's population, Latinx residents only make up 12.4% of California's population. This disparity is the direct result of systemic policies that have explicitly and implicitly discriminated against people of color, and allowing duplexes could allow for incremental change to decrease these inequities. 82% of residential land in Bay Area municipalities is exclusively reserved for single-family housing. New housing would involve converting existing houses into duplexes and help the Bay Area meet a state mandate to add 441,000 housing units by 2031. Thank you for taking the time to read this email. Okay, one more. This one comes from Florence Allen, and she says, I have been a resident of Burlingame over 45 years. I am against SB 9 that would change our zoning to suit big business. It would destroy our neighborhoods and create a worse parking problem. Please stop Sacramento and large construction developers from changing our zoning and ruining our city.
Thank you, Megan. All right, I'm going to go to our attendees. The time limit for this evening on this topic will be 2 minutes, considering we have 17, possibly 18, it keeps going back and forth, speakers this evening. Try not to replicate what has been said before. We want to try to fit everyone in. And so I'm going to start with Mike Dunham, followed by Joel Cohn, and then Madeline. And Megan, you will time, please.
Good evening, council members. Thank you for the opportunity to speak again tonight. As a millennial Burlingame resident who lives in multifamily housing, like most of my generation, I was disappointed to see this letter on the agenda tonight. When Burlingame was considering a new general plan a few years ago, the question we were asked as a community was, will we allow a significant amount of new housing within the city limits? The answer, thankfully, was yes. That was a good first step, but it's not enough given the trends we are seeing. There was a time not too long ago when a single family home was affordable to a middle-class family in Burlingame. In 2011, you could buy the median priced single family home for $940,000. That's about $4,600 per month, something that a family making the city's median income could stretch themselves, but still afford. In 2021, that option for middle-class families is long gone. The median sale price for a home in one of Burlingame's single-family only neighborhoods soared to $2.5 million. To put that in context, to comfortably afford the nearly $11,000 per month it takes to buy a $2.5 million home in Burlingame, you need to make over $400,000 per year. Burlingame's median household income is just a fraction of that, $128,000 a year. What are we as a city going to do to meet our legal obligation to, quote, affirmatively further fair housing when most neighborhoods require a minimum income of $400,000 per year to move into? Allowing small scale duplexes in these neighborhoods, as SB9 does, would go a long way towards making every Burlingame neighborhood a more socioeconomically diverse place. That's why our former senator, state senator, Jerry Hill, co-authored this very bill in his final year in the legislature. Please keep an open mind. This is a very reasonable bill that supports incremental change. Please don't associate us with NIMBY cities like Palo Alto and Cupertino. We should be striving for diversity, inclusion, and equity. And this letter does not meet that. Thank you.
Next, we'll have Joel.
Hi there. Thank you. Hopefully this time I'm actually speaking on the correct subject matter. I appreciate that the letter regarding opposition to SB9 does acknowledge that Burlingame has made efforts to increase the housing stock and to make it more affordable. At the same time, the proof is sort of in the pudding that, as Mike said, it is inordinately expensive to get a home here. You know, to the extent that SB9 forces changes in local policy, I believe that they are good things. Duplexes are not skyscrapers. They are, you know, small. They're small incremental changes to housing that most people would not think are inordinate, and I think they are generally a decent compromise between, you know, extreme upzoning for the city. Moreover, I take some issue with the comment about Burlingame Hills and the risk of sprawl. While this certainly is annoying and perhaps suboptimal for people living in the hills, such as myself, to have to drive down to Millbrae Caltrain or to downtown or wherever they have to go in order to get to work, it's certainly preferable to having to drive all the way from Gilroy, because that's the only place one could find affordable housing. Moreover, Burlingame Hills lot sizes are large and can easily accommodate duplexes. So I would take some issue with the notion that that there's a sprawling issue with allowing duplexes in Burlingame Hills specifically, or in Burlingame generally. Simply put, we have a housing affordability crisis, and opposing SB9 does not help us to dig our way out of this crisis. Thank you.
Good evening, Council. Thank you again for another opportunity to speak. My name is Madeline. I'm a resident, and I'm calling in tonight to strongly urge the Council for a second time now to please not send this letter opposing Senate Bill 9. I live in a neighborhood in Burlingame with duplexes and fourplexes. And I actually live in a very charming fourplex, and I would not be able to afford living in this neighborhood if multi-unit housing was illegal, as it still is in many areas of Burlingame today. And I really can't imagine why this council would say no to more neighbors and no to having more affordable homes. I think when you walk around neighborhoods that do have multi-unit housing, or if you've looked into the research, like they are more diverse and they are more affordable. And this isn't like my personal opinion. This is just a verifiable fact. And it's one that I rarely hear council, even the self-identified champions of affordable housing, talk about, let alone take action on. And it just sort of feels like we don't have a Burlingame City Council that cares if the only people who can move into certain neighborhoods in Burlingame are the ones who are making $400,000 a year, which is, as you're about to hear, what you already heard, is about what it would take to afford the $11,000 a month mortgage for a medium home price in an exclusive Burlingame neighborhood, where that median price is $2.5 million. So I've read this letter, and I really don't feel that there is any salient arguments. I think there are arguments that we've been hearing from NIMBYs for decades. And this letter feels more like it's appealing to a certain base of voters who are definitely not housing insecure and are definitely not currently having to navigate today's housing realities. And seeing my city council center that already overrepresented segment in the housing planning discourse is really sad, and it's really, really upsetting. I just want to call out kind of the sort of environmental concerns that the letter raises. I don't think this council really is able to speak to the sprawl issue. If there are people who want to live west of El Camino in Burlingame and they work in this county.
Madeline, your 2 minutes is up. So can you wrap up in a sentence, please?
Yes, just don't send this letter. And I think if you do, it will really solidify Burlingame's reputation as going to every measure to protect exclusionary zoning.
Thank you. Cecilia.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Good evening, Burlingame City Council, Mayor O'Brien, and all attendees. I would like to thank the City Council for the opportunity to speak to you tonight. I am Cecilia Luna Parra, a 19-year-old resident of Burlingame, a recent graduate of Burlingame High School. I have lived in Burlingame for 10 years, and my parents are homeowners in Burlingame Village. I attend UC Berkeley as an urban studies major. I strongly urge you to not send a letter of opposition over California Senate Bill 9. I grew up in Burlingame, and while I am incredibly thankful for the opportunities the city has provided for me, I staunchly believe that more people should be able to access those resources. Unfortunately, due to Burlingame's exclusion of marginalized communities, particularly low-income families and communities of color, that is not the case. The racial disparities that were explained earlier are not an accident. They are not natural. The creation of Bay Area suburbs and the expansion of them during the age of white flight effectively segregated parts of the Bay Area. One might be inclined to argue that Burlingame is no longer segregated because people of color such as myself live here. However, that would be deeply incorrect and misleading. Because segregation occurred purposefully and systemically, its antidote must be rooted in policies as well. It is no surprise that cities with higher levels of single-family zoning are more racially homogeneous in their boundaries, meaning they are less diverse than cities with less single-family zoning. This past year, many who were previously blind to the nation's systemic racial discrimination have begun to realize the implications of century-long oppression against people of color. Burlingame is far from immune from these problems. The Bay Area is the birthplace of exclusionary zoning laws, and the state has a responsibility to begin to remedy it. Adopting SB 9 would be the first step. I would like to address some of the inconsistencies and falsehoods within the proposed letter of opposition. The letter states that we believe it is important for Burlingame to offer a full range of housing options to accommodate the needs of a diverse population. However, R1 exclusionary zoning, which is over 75% of Burlingame's residential areas, are zoned to be solely single-family residential. In addition, legalizing duplexes allows more freedom for landowners to decide how to handle their properties and gives tenants more housing options. The letter, okay, one second. The letter argues that SB would lead to additional housing development in car-dependent areas, and this ignores the vast amount of people that are currently forced to commute from far away, and most notably teachers. As a young person,
your 2 minutes are up, Cecilia. I need to be fair to everyone.
Can I have one more sentence?
One more sentence, please.
I urge the council to oppose this letter of opposition to improve the community that I hold dear. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Kathy, followed by Jordan Grimes.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and Council. I just want to strongly express my support for your well-written letter. It's full of facts. I sat on the committee for 3 years that revised the general plan, and it was actually adopted in a more development-friendly way than I would have preferred, but seeing the bigger picture, I think a lot of us made the compromise to allow it to go through and not oppose it. I want to add another piece of information that from sitting on the council 12 years, 5-time Mayor Rosalie O'Mahony often said that every unit of housing is a net loss to the income of Burlingame. So for every unit you bring online, there's requirement for services such as police, fire, library, recreation, public works, and the tax dollars will never offset it. So no matter what, with every unit of housing we add, we are reducing our ability to pay for it. So I would like to just point out to those people that letting the camel get his nose inside the tent with the top-down manifestation of SB 9, we already, quote, allow duplexes in every neighborhood in the city. You're allowed to add a single granny unit in any part of the city as it is, essentially making all lots of 2-family dwellings. So I think the way we've zoned our city is responsible, fair. 52% of our housing stock is multifamily. So the statement that 75% of our land goes to single family dwelling, well, more than half of our 12,000 units are multifamily. So I say more than 50% of our dwelling units are actually multifamily. So it depends on which statistic you tend to look at. So I want to thank you. Be strong. You made very good points in the letter, and I think we need to draw the line right there that we can chart our own course in our own city. We don't need the state of California and all its problems telling us what to do. So thank you again, and have a good evening.
Jordan Grimes, followed by Inez Escobedo.
Yes, good evening, council members. My name is Jordan Grimes. I'm here tonight in my capacity as political director of the Peninsula Young Democrats to urge you to reconsider your opposition of Senate Bill 9. Peninsula Young Democrats endorsed Senate Bill 9 in March of this year, as well as its predecessor, SB 1120, which passed through both houses of the legislature last year, but failed due to a technicality. We did so because we believed Senate Bill 9 to be a deeply necessary part of a comprehensive response to address our region's severe housing crisis, of which youth are disproportionately affected by, and the cause of which is directly linked to the severe underproduction of housing over the last 40 years. Contrary to some of the claims heard here tonight, that allowing gentle density in our neighborhoods will somehow erode their character, we counter that in fact it would expand it, by allowing for a greater socioeconomic and racial range of neighbors to live with us. We believe that Senate Bill 9 and the policy of allowing gentle density like duplexes, triflexes, and small apartments all over our cities to be an important step in addressing our housing crisis in an equitable way. The bill enjoys broad support across the political spectrum, including from the AARP, United Way, Habitat for Humanity, the Greenbelt Alliance, the California Chamber of Commerce, and the UC Berkeley Turner Center for Housing Innovation. We hope that would have your support as well, but if you can't get there tonight, we hope that you'll at least consider dropping your opposition. Thank you so much for your time.
Inez Escobedo.
Hi, so thank you so much for your time. I'm Inez Escobedo, and I'm 18 years old. I graduated from BHS last year, and currently I'm at MIT studying astrophysics, and it would absolutely not have been possible for me to do this without my education at Burlingame High. And I'm requesting that the city of Burlingame does not send a letter of opposition about Senate Bill 9, as the bill would greatly benefit our community. My home is Burlingame, but my parents are being driven away from Burlingame because of the incredibly high housing costs. With 2 kids in college, it just doesn't make sense for them to pay 2 tuitions at MIT and incredibly high rent in Burlingame. The fact that they have to move breaks my heart because I am being displaced from a city that I love. Opposing Senate Bill 9 also means opposing the freedom of homeowners to be able to earn more of an income from their land by having 2 families paying rent instead of just 1. SB 9 would stimulate the economy by bringing in more people to Burlingame, which is essentially important after the tough year we've had in lockdown, with a lot of businesses either going under or losing a lot of money. The 2020 census saw California lose a Congress seat for the first time ever. The incredibly high housing costs in our state are driving people away and have caused us to lose political power and will cause a lull in the economy if we don't actively work against it. California's inefficient allocation of urban land creates unequal opportunities and unequal outcomes. I urge the council to fight against the racial and class bias created by exclusionary housing. Burlingame is a racially homogenous city, and I would love to see more people like me, people of color, having the opportunity to receive the quality education that I did at BHS and go to schools like MIT. Thank you again for taking this into consideration, and I hope you choose to act in the best interest of Burlingame.
Next, we have, and I apologize if I mispronounce, Ethan Rebelos.
Good evening. A lack of housing will devastate our local economy. The letter opposing SB 9 is misguided. I think it firmly places Burlingame on the wrong side of history. This letter represents a majority of Burlingame residents, the majority of which are renters. So it really misrepresents the spirit of Burlingame. To the point of development speculation, there isn't much to speculate. The value of the land under our feet is overpriced because it's underutilized. The value of the dwelling is mostly irrelevant. I'm doubtful that the accommodation of larger households is in peril. I've seen no widely accepted evidence that this is an issue. The lack of affordable housing and new housing stock is affecting Burlingame in ways that aren't so obvious. There's a massive worker shortage. There's a decline in regional population. Housing stock is infrastructure that is necessary to grow our economy. Having the people who so humbly serve the city actually live in the city means that downtown parking will be used more for consumers than for employees. Our businesses cannot find employees. Big Joe's on Broadway already reduced its operating hours pre-pandemic because there were not enough employees to fill the shifts. Insufficient infrastructure will diminish our quality of life. Today, a single person needs to earn $100,000 annually to rent a typical 1-bedroom apartment within the 94010 zip code. Many homeowners also like to downsize after successfully raising a family. Unfortunately, that usually means that they must leave Burlingame. I have an interesting situation in which my mother-in-law, who was displaced because of the fires in Paradise, California, was able to relocate to Burlingame to high-density housing that otherwise would have not been permitted if not for multifamily zoning. She lives at the Truesdale, at the base of Truesdale Avenue. Sending this letter of opposition to SB 9 means we are supporting the bad players, the cities and the communities that are draining our resources and that are openly contributing to the housing crisis and decimating our economy. We need to be on the right side of history. Thank you very much.
David Harris, followed by Julianne Schaefer.
Hi, I'll make my comments pretty brief. I support the letter as written. I think it's really very well articulated. I acknowledge the arguments that have been made by those who are in opposition to this letter, but I fear that SB 9 is going to lead to the law of unintended consequences, both in terms of encouraging development speculation and other unforeseen impacts. I believe that we've got to, there's a line in the letter I just wanted to repeat here. The bill will violate the public's trust in our local democratic process. If we think we need multi-unit housing in Burlingame, fine. We've just gone through the general plan. let's open up that debate again and see if that's something that we, the residents of Burlingame, want. But I do feel that there are a number of bills in the pipeline. This is just the first of them. And I think we've got to be really careful that we be careful what you wish for. Thank you.
Julianne Schaefer.
Hi, I live in Burlingame and Easton Addition specifically, and I recently graduated from Burlingame High School. I'm currently going to Northeastern University, and I first just want to say thank you for the opportunity to talk and have this conversation. I want to urge you not to oppose SB 9. I don't think that it will hurt or ruin Burlingame in any way. I think, like other people said, it will only add to the character. I've been really fortunate to grow up in Burlingame. I've loved living here and I really appreciate it. But going to school in Boston, when I meet other people from the Bay Area and I explain that I'm from Burlingame, it's not met with the same respect or esteem that it could be. Burlingame High School in particular, there's a reputation of elitism that I think is founded in reality from my experience. And I think that SB 9 is a good solution, a good step in the right direction in addressing this reputation and increasing diversity and allowing the great school system and all of the resources that Burlingame has, allowing that to be available to people who couldn't otherwise afford it. And I know I would love to live in Burlingame in the future, but I don't believe that that would be possible with the current prices of housing and the accessibility. So yeah, I want to urge you to not to send this opposition and to support SB 9. Thank you.
Next, we have Noelle Landmack, followed by Annette Doherty.
Hi there, my name is Noelle Langmack. I just wanted to voice my opposition to your sending a letter in opposition to SB 9. I echo the comments of all other folks who've spoken today on the housing crisis, on racial justice issues, on diversity issues. And as someone who's grown up in the community as a young person who has a fairly good salary but still cannot afford to live here, I think allowing gentle density is a really smart way to go, and to allow younger generations to stay near here without having to move away, which see like 90% of the people I grew up with are gone now. So, because they couldn't afford to live here or in Burlingame, even if they wanted to. So I would strongly oppose your sending of this letter. Thank you.
Annette Doherty.
Hi, yes. I'm going to save time and speak for my husband as well. He's here, but then it'll just be 2 minutes total. So I did want to say good evening to the Burlingame City Council. We strongly support the letter as it is written. So we do oppose SB 9. We do support Burlingame City Council's letter opposing it. It will absolutely lead to unforeseen negative impacts. I graduated from Cal and I grew up in Burlingame. I've lived in many places around the world and I have chose to return to Burlingame. I work in both San Mateo County and San Francisco County. My husband works in San Francisco. We both work in healthcare and emergency services. We both vote, pay taxes, and have life experiences. In college, when I was at Cal, I had many different views that didn't translate well into actual life situations and reality. The reason people are leaving California is bad politics. The mass exodus is because we don't seem to understand what it is, and we can't just go with the whim of what people think they want at a certain point in time. Single family homes are not an evil. Parks and open spaces are not bad. Development of additional high density housing will not solve overcrowding. It will impact it negatively. Our current zoning plan is what is working and how we are meeting the state's goals. No on SB 9. Suburbs are not bad or evil. They are choices that many of us made for a different lifestyle. I lived in San Francisco for 10 years. I've lived in Europe. I chose to come back here because of what Burlingame offers. Gentle density is a ploy of developers to make a lot of money on the backs of citizens that do not want it. There are currently many options for people if they can't afford a single family home in Burlingame. There are many places they can also live. And both my husband and I, absolutely oppose SB 9. It will not improve our community. So that's all we have to say. Thank you.
Next, we have Sharon Coleman, followed by Ron.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and Council. I have lived in Burlingame for over 30 years, been a part of the community in many ways. My husband works in Burlingame. We've raised our family here. There is a quality to life in Burlingame that allows for space. It allows for backyards. It allows for trees. It allows for community to get to know one another. I don't believe it is a matter of equity that we're looking at here. Creating more housing with denser neighborhoods and single family lots will only create more problems and more infrastructure for the city. And it will tap the resources we have for our schools, for our roads. Kathy Baylock, who knows the city well, spoke very clearly about it. We are in support of you sending this letter of opposition, and we are in support of the good judgments that have come along with the general plan to have the city be responsible for the decisions of creating equitable housing for this city. I think we've done great work in looking at the Rollins Road area and all the other areas that would be amenable to apartment dwelling or multi-unit dwelling that has easy access to transportation. I commend the city and the good work that they're doing, and I want the to not allow the state to dictate where they don't live, how we should be living. It would be, if we have multi-units on these small lots, it becomes something that the developers will take advantage of. They have to pay the taxes. They will pass that on to renters. How can renters, live there for 40 years and raise a family? How big are these units going to be? There will be overcrowding, problems with parking. Where do we put the garbage when we have bins to roll out on pickup day? I encourage the city to follow through with this letter in opposition of SB 9. Thank you.
Can I have Ron, please?
Yes, I'm going to make 5 statements here that are very disjointed, but they're in reaction to some of the comments made. I don't believe there is a housing crisis. I believe we have an overabundance of employers, which is a good thing. Covenants banning people of color, those were eliminated 60 to 70 years ago. Why is that still being brought up? As for myself and many people who live on the peninsula, we chose to live in a suburb. I would have stayed in San Francisco if I wanted to be in an urban area, but I chose to be in a suburban area. And also, I don't want to give any control away from the state. I believe our local control is our leverage. And I'd like to see the city of Burlingame get together with other cities and counties that feel that same way and oppose the state forcing themselves on us. Thank you.
Seema Patel, and then followed by Laura Hesselgren.
Hello, good evening, council members. Thank you so much for giving me the opportunity to comment. My name is Seema Patel, and I have 2 young children who are 4 and 5 years old. They were both born in Burlingame, and my oldest is now a kindergartner in the Burlingame School District. I'm sure it's no surprise to you that they love it here. They love their friends, they love their schools, they love riding their bikes to Washington Park and to Salt and Straw for ice cream. But like many parents, I'm increasingly worried about the skyrocketing cost of housing and the near certainty, given the numbers that Mike shared in his comment, that my children will not be able to afford to live here in the city of their birth, or even in the greater region when they are adults. I'm just one person. I can't solve the housing crisis, but I can control what happens to my property. And what really excites me about SB 9 is that it gives homeowners like myself more control over what we can do with our properties, and it lets us plan for our family's future. If you're a homeowner and you don't want your single family home turned into a duplex, that's perfectly fine. You don't have to build a duplex or sell your property to someone who will. But if you're a homeowner like me who grew up in a multi-generational home and you want to ensure that your children can live here, you can convert your single family home into a duplex or split your lot for your kids. I hope that you choose not to send this letter, but more so than that, I hope that you will consider supporting SB 9 so that single family homeowners like myself can ensure that our children and our children's children can build a future here. I also wanted to address a previous commenter who talked about the revenue impact of housing. The city, Redwood City, actually studied this as part of their housing element. They found that a single family dwelling unit had a negative fiscal impact of $8, but a multifamily dwelling unit had a positive fiscal impact of $254. So actually allowing gentle housing, allowing multifamily housing would actually benefit the city from a fiscal standpoint. Thank you so much for allowing me to comment. I really appreciate you considering all of our comments.
Laura Hesselgren.
Hi, am I unmuted? I would just like to say that I support you guys writing the letter against the SB 9. I hate to see that zoning and planning being taken away from our local council and citizens. And I feel that Burlingame has done its part. I think I remember way back when we were like 50 multifamily. Now we're up to 53. We're taking the correct steps and rezoning areas for multi-planning where we can. And from what I gather, we are better than any other city in San Mateo County, with the exception of East Palo Alto, meeting all our numbers, our mandatory state numbers. And so I think we're doing our part, and I appreciate you standing strong and sending this letter out. Thank you so much.
Jennifer Pfaff.
Hi, good evening. Thanks everyone, and including those who are maybe not speaking on the same side as I this evening, but I appreciate the comments. The issue of being able to direct your or having an interface with your city council or your local governing board, whatever that might be, is so important. It's not something to be taken lightly, and SB 9 and a lot of these chip away. I think the folks who are speaking about this one specific issue, it would be really great if they knew more about the breadth of what a city council actually does, including ours. There are so many aspects to running a city and so many opportunities where you can give input, but the biggest input is with zoning. Really, it's what sets us apart from a lot of state issues, and that's where you really can make a character or of a place, or have a vision, and that is so important to keep. In this case, these I feel the overreach from regarding zoning, the type of zoning, and by the way, we have a lot of rentals because in the 20s, our city council and our planning commission decided they would make single family homes on El Camino multi-family homes. So we jumped way ahead of every other city around here and rejected commercial enterprises to save the trees. And we have therefore all these multi-unit dwellings that can accommodate so many people. But the best and highest use of land, you have to think about it. Is it always to make it, to plaster it over? Or shouldn't there also be greenery? And I really think that's something everybody should think about. Thank you.
Next, I have Anna Lunapara.
Hello, thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak tonight. My name is Anna Luna Parra, and I'm a 16-year-old resident of Burlingame who has lived in Burlingame for 10 years. I am currently a sophomore at Burlingame High School, and my parents are homeowners in Burlingame Village. I agree with Senate Bill 9, and I urge you to not send a letter of opposition over this bill, but rather support it for the benefit of our communities, as the city could extremely benefit from affordable housing. Thank you again.
Maya Silver.
Hi, my name is Maya Silver. I'm an 18-year-old Burlingame resident. I'm a recent graduate of Burlingame High School, and my family has rented 3 different homes in Burlingame for 3.5 years. I'm urging you not to send a letter of opposition over California Senate Bill 9 and instead support low-income families and communities of color who are the people that would predominantly benefit from this bill. My family moved to Burlingame from Canada and was definitely shocked at the extremely high rental prices of the homes, and affordable housing options such as the options outlined in Bill 9 would have benefited my family. Burlingame would benefit from affordable housing because they would be opening the door to many, many more families that would give back to the city by supporting local business and sending their children to Burlingame schools, expanding the generations of people that would live in Burlingame, making it a more inclusive place to live. Thank you.
We have Drew Hoskins.
Hello, thanks for taking my time. So I own a single family home in Burlingame Hills. I love living in the suburbs. I don't want to live in San Francisco. And yet I do support SB 9, and I would like you to not send the letter. I think one thing that hasn't been mentioned much is the jobs to housing balance in the Bay Area and in Burlingame in particular. In the last 10 years, the Bay Area has added more than 4 jobs per housing unit, and when the ideal is something more like 1.5. The Oculus development across the 101 alone, I think, offsets any housing that Burlingame has built or has approved. And I think the way I think of this is we've already, through the approval of so much office space, have already made the choice to live in a slightly denser suburb, and to not sort of admit the fact that we've done that and to pretend like we don't have a massive housing crisis and too many jobs per homes is just sort of sticking our heads in the sand. And so I think when this letter doesn't mention the jobs that have been added in Burlingame, it only mentions the housing, and I think that's probably missing half the picture. The other thing I would just ask the people who are speaking out against SB 9, who own homes in Burlingame, is how many of them would be able to own their home today if they hadn't, could they buy it at market rates today? Or have, the people who've lived here for 40, 45 years, I just think, oh, well, how nice that you got to get in before the prices became what they are today. So anyway, that's all I had to say. Thanks for listening.
I see Sharon Coleman's hand raised. Sharon, did you already talk?
Yes.
Okay, so I can only allow people to talk once during one item. Next, we have Cameron Hussein, followed by Laura McDonald.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
All right, perfect.
Yes, we can hear you.
Thanks to the council members for affording us this opportunity. So I would throw in our support behind sending the letter, but I have a caveat to that. I think our support behind the letter, and as I look at the letter, I don't look at it as a black and white in terms of we're either for affordability and racial diversity or we're not. The point that I think is, and it's a finer point, is that SB 9 is far-reaching. And what I see as an individual missing from it are the appropriate guardrails that will allow for a responsible level of development to happen. So I do agree that our general plan that the city has done is something that is fantastic, and that we as all citizens should absolutely continue to work with the city to ensure that we can have diverse and different socioeconomic family members and people in our community. I am a minority, immigrant. My kids look around and they want that diversity. My my support of the letter is really because I believe SB 9 is not currently stated in a way that would allow for it to get to the intended consequence. And I think to the couple of people who've spoken before me about the unintended consequence, I really truly worry about that from an infrastructure, from an ability to, and if you think about affordability, when things come on the market, the rents will go up, and the exact people who we hope and are wishing for can afford it will not be able to afford it. So I think what I would urge the city to do, in addition to sending the letter, is to really, we all need to work with our representatives to really go back and ask Sacramento to actually work more responsibly with our communities to figure out something that's much more responsible in terms of addressing the issues across the spectrum. I think SB 9 is just too big of a hole. And if you add it with SB 10 and some of the other things, I do think that the unintended consequences are going to be something that our kids' generation will live with and will not really be able to benefit from what they're hoping to benefit from. So thank you again. I think this discourse is absolutely constructive, and it's not an easy job where you guys are all sitting, but we really appreciate you guys listening to all of us. Thank you.
Laura McDonald.
Okay, I am. Thank you to the council members for letting me speak. I also want to acknowledge your efforts in recent years to develop more high density and affordable housing in our city. And I know you've made a lot of strides there, and I want to acknowledge that. I am in full support of the city sending this letter to oppose SB 9, as is my husband, John McDonald. There are some key concerns I have. First of all, I'm confused by why a lot of people are talking about affordable housing when, to my understanding, SB 9 does not have any provision in it that addresses affordable housing. And this is really an opportunity for owners of rental housing and developers to come in and make more money. And I don't think it's going to help to make housing more affordable. I think it's actually going to drive up the prices because there will be more competition for the lots with the people that have the deep pockets. Also, we're the city of trees, and taking away more trees by developing more density on each small lot in some parts of our town, including where my husband and I live, is not the right answer. I'm also a very big advocate of climate change, or advocate of helping climate change and slowing it down, and taking away more trees is not the answer. Building more density in areas where we don't have the infrastructure for it, we don't have the parking for it, and already there are safety issues for pedestrians in our neighborhoods. Also, the local control issue, I do not think is the answer for our state, and taking away local control. Every city in the state is unique and needs to consider the unique circumstances of its infrastructure, of the schools, and of the transportation systems, and how those systems can support more density in housing. Frankly, I feel like if this were to pass in our state, it would push the agenda towards more taking away of local control and becoming a more socialist society. I am native of California, and I've never lived anywhere else but this city, and I would have never considered leaving. But if a bill like this were to pass, it would put different consideration on my husband and myself. So please send the letter opposing SB 9.
Thank you. So before I close the public hearing, is there anyone else that would like to speak? Joanne.
You know, I wasn't going to speak, but listening to the discussion thus far, I think it's critical that we not have a one size fits all dictated from Sacramento, and that we retain local control. And what made me start thinking about this is the comment from my fellow Burlingame Hills person who talked about the jobs and how there are so many jobs created within Burlingame and the peninsula that we don't have enough housing. And I thought, you know, no one's really addressed the whole issue of COVID and how once we're through this pandemic, how that's going to shake out. Because, you know, a lot of people are commuting from very, you know, they don't have to ever return to work. So we don't know that people are going to choose Burlingame because one spouse lives in San Francisco and one spouse lives in Palo Alto, or whatever the case might be. So I think that there's a lot that we don't know about housing patterns that's going to shake out in the next couple of years. And I don't think we want it dictated from Sacramento. So I am in support of your sending the letter.
Corey Punter.
Hi, my name's Corey, and we are new homeowners in Easton Addition. We love it here. We've lived in Burlingame for over a decade, and I just would like to quickly say that I support your sending the letter, and I am against SB 9. I don't think this is the right answer for our suburban community here, which we love, and we would like to remain here, given it's not too crowded. It's crowded enough. Thank you.
Connie. You need to unmute.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Please send a letter in opposition to SB 9. The people that support SB 9 want to urbanize our suburbs. I think you're all doing a great job with the general plan, and I thank you for your time.
Okay, is there anyone else before I close public comment? Very good. I'm going to close public comment. I'm going to go back to my colleagues. Who would like to start? Vice Mayor Ortiz.
Okay, thank you, Madam Mayor. I listened to all these things in the jobs and balance, the affordability, and sure, I mean, I deal with all day trying to get people qualified to buy homes in the area. There is a housing crisis. I do see that. So the question is really not do we care about affordability? I think we do. The question is not do we dislike density, because I think we've proven with the upzoning and with some of the projects that we've approved that we are in favor of it, and we've proven it. The question is really who gets to decide where these multifamily homes are built. And the answer for me clearly is it should be with the city. We know our neighborhoods. We know where it makes sense to upzone. We know, and we've proven it. Again, we've done it over and over. And I think we have a lot of multifamily housing going on. I don't believe that adding this added density that this bill proposes is going to make a big difference in affordability. I struggle with it because there's some good points that were made, but at the end of the day, it's about local control versus Sacramento telling us where to do things. And I clearly stand in favor of what I always said I was going to do when I was elected, which was to protect our neighborhoods. And so I remain in favor of sending the letter. Thank you.
Anyone else? Councilmember Coulson, followed by Councilmember Brownrigg.
Mute. Thank you. So first of all, I do want to thank all of the people, particularly the young people who came out tonight to speak. It's not always easy, and it's wonderful that you're getting civically engaged, and it's a good time to start when you're just emerging into the work and voting world. I also want to thank all the longtime residents who came out and just everyone who expressed their various opinions and concerns. I agree with the Vice Mayor. This is about, for me, it is about local control. I am incredibly proud of our general plan. On January 4th, 2019, we approved a general plan with frankly not a single public comment, because we had spent 3 years vetting it, discussing it with people, bringing in neighborhoods, talking ad nauseum about this to make sure that we received, it was actually a 5-year process, I believe, that we had received lots and lots of input as to how we as local residents wanted to meet our arena numbers. We wanted to continue our city to be open and welcoming. We didn't want to roll the drawbridge up. And we did, I think, some very good work with a lot of input on setting up transit-oriented multifamily development that I think is entry level. There are affordable units that are in those projects, and we have our own affordable housing project that's coming on for very low and low income. Is it enough? It's probably never enough. But I do believe that we as a city are doing the right thing. We're doing good work. And when I compare us to other cities up and down the peninsula, we have the largest percentage other than East Palo Alto of multifamily residential duplexes, triplexes, large apartment buildings. And now every single unit can have an ADU. We had 72 applications all approved. You can have a junior ADU. So you can, within the confines of our existing code, actually create opportunities for multi-generational living on your property. We are not complaining about our RENA numbers. I think we're one of the only cities that we're not sending a letter opposing that. We're welcoming people in. Our RENA numbers, it looks like, will be met through our general plan work. And so maybe 20 years, 40 years, 100 years down the road, the zoning will have to be different in Burlingame, as it will maybe have to be in every single city up and down the peninsula, but not today. Today, I think we're doing a good job, and I think we're meeting the demands of the state. And I believe that the only way we've gotten this done is through local control. I do have to say, I find one thing sort of ironic. When I hear about all the people sitting up in Sacramento who are complaining about the underbuilding of housing for the last 30, 40 years, I've only been on the council for 5 years. So I wonder who those people were who underbuilt the state and are now telling us to build. So to me, you know, you finally have some people in who have embraced growth and embraced change in this city. And I will support sending off the letter.
Councilmember Brownick, followed by Councilmember Beach.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So, you know, there are a lot of people on this call who've already made up their minds both ways, and I'm not really speaking to them. But I do want to speak to Maya and Anna and Inez and Cecilia and Julianne, and I appreciate you being here. And I want to tell you that for me, and the reason that, you know, I helped lead the charge on doing the general plan years ago was because I worry very much like you do about the lack of socioeconomic diversity in our city. So somewhat ironically, if you go back 50 years, Burlingame was 99% white, which is kind of remarkable. And today it's 55% white. But in that same period of time, I worry, especially in the last 20 years, that we become less and less diverse economically. And that matters a lot. I think a lot of the reason that people like being in Burlingame is that lots of people can be here, regular people. Not everyone has to be an investment banker or a biotech engineer. And I think that's important. That's why I am so proud of the work we did to set us on a road to grow our housing units by 20%, which may not sound like a lot, but trust me, that's a really big number for a city like us to take on. And I think we did it the right way by creating capacity for apartment buildings that would be affordable, that'll be smaller and they'll be affordable. And they'll be great places to start, whether you want to buy or you want to rent. I likewise don't believe that Sacramento dictating zoning policy is effective. I mean, my biggest objection to this bill, quite aside from what I think might be collateral damage in some neighborhoods, is that it wouldn't be very effective. It would take years and years to add 20 units in this city through this process. And meanwhile, the road we're on, we should be adding hundreds of units in the next several years. So I just think practically, now what could the state do? To Mr. Hussein's point, which I completely agree with, why doesn't the state focus on something productive? So for example, in all of those new apartment buildings that we're building, we could only insist that 10% of them be affordable, because if we did any more, according to a third-party economist, it wouldn't pencil out and nothing would get built. But if the state were to kick in subsidies to us, we could insist on 20, 30, 40% of those units being affordable. We'd all love to do that. But right now we can't. The state could, there's been a parcel in Burlingame, cat a corner from the hospital, about an acre that's been empty ever since I moved here in 1997. State can make it a lot easier for cities like us to take land that is not being used productively and put it to better use, but they haven't done that. The state could help us preserve units. We're going to see an enormous number of affordable units go offline, and we could step in and try to help. But right now, the state doesn't give us any credit for that, and there's no money for it. So there's a lot of really important real world things that we can do to help keep our community diverse, economically accessible to people. Because I completely agree with you that if places like Burlingame with great public schools and great parks and great amenities isn't open to regular people, then we're effectively denying the American dream. Because the American dream says, you know, my kids are going to do better than me. Well, they need to be in good schools. They need to be on safe streets. They need to be here. So I want to make sure that happens. And I think all my colleagues do too. We just don't think this bill will get it done, and it will have negative consequences that aren't worth it. And so that's why I join in agreeing that SB 9 is flawed legislation, and ask Sacramento to focus on things that would really make a difference. Thank you.
Councilmember Beach.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. A lot of my thoughts have already been articulated by colleagues, including thanking the members of the public for being here and engaging. Your job isn't done, folks. If the City Council is talking about a letter tonight, but no matter where you stand on this bill, Senator Becker has a vote next week on this bill. And then about 2 weeks later, Assembly Member Speaker Pro Tem Mullen will have a vote on this bill. And you need to engage with our state legislators as well, regardless of how you feel on this. You know, yes, I think our council believes in responsible local land use, pro-housing policy. We support the state setting housing goals, aggressive ones for all levels of how many housing units we need to create. We want to do our share. We want to do various affordability levels. Just to put this in perspective for the public, in about a year from now, the state of California, the law of the land is that the 482 cities across the state are going to have to zone for 2.2 million more homes across the state. That's by law. That's happening. We all have to divvy it up and figure out where to put them. Burlingame was ahead of the curve by figuring out where more than our share should belong. So the issue I take tonight is not whether or not, we're not litigating, as we've said, whether or not duplexes or more than duplexes are allowed on any unit. Now, there was some misinformation. Some folks are concerned this SB 9 could allow 10 units. I talked to the League of California Cities expert housing person today. The law has been amended. Really what SB 9 is talking about right now is the potential for 4 to 6 units on a parcel. That's still a lot of units on a parcel. I could explain the details for how they calculate that, but we're not even litigating that tonight. What we're discussing is whether or not it's appropriate, as my colleagues have said, whether or not the state should tell every city, every 482 city across the state, that whether you're urban, whether you're rural, whether you have transit-oriented, whether you have public transit or whether you don't, whether you have 2,000 units in the pipeline or 0, that every single family home across the state should be allowed to quadruple in size for housing units to 4 to or 6 times the amount of units. That's the issue right now. I'm actually open to the conversation. There's been some amazing pieces of public input tonight to think and really think and do some soul searching. Should we think about making our low density residential neighborhoods more inclusive? I don't know the answer to that, but that's a separate question. If we, the people of Burlingame, want to rezone or fine tune our local zoning to be more inclusive in our single family or medium density neighborhoods, make even our zones where we have duplexes and quadruplexes and triplexes even easier to make those happen, maybe we should have that conversation. I'm open to that. But this conversation tonight is about whether the state legislature, whether it's appropriate for them to tell 482 cities that every single family lot could be increased by 4 to 6 units. And that just seems like, in the context of the current state law that's telling we will zone for 2.2 million more units in the state of California, that's pulling the rug out from all the hard work, the years of work the cities have done and just disregard that local public process to do that good work and bring our communities along. So I do support, well, we all support the letter for different reasons. We might have all written it a little differently. But this just goes to show how important that cities are at the table when legislation is being made in Sacramento. And the only suggestion I would add to the letter, and I don't know if we probably don't want to take the time to change it because it would open up a can of worms, but I think it's a very important message that if this legislation goes through, at the very least, cities that have met or exceeded their RHNA, that have showed themselves to be pro-housing, I believe should be considered exempted from this until we can go through a thoughtful local process and figure out on our own what's appropriate for those neighborhoods. This, good government is about always moving forward and always trying to do the right thing. And yes, changing, but there has to be balance. And this legislation is just really out of balance by completely disregarding the important work that's done at the local level. So for that reason, I do support sending the letter. We'd all have nuances to our arguments, but I thank the public for listening. And if you're engaged in this, I hope you'll engage in all the other issues that we deal with as well, that are really complicated here. And we're really trying to lean into housing and affordability. Thank you.
Okay, I will make my comments short since I'm the last person speaking, and I don't necessarily want to repeat everything, but I do want to make a few comments of what is important to me. So in regard to this letter, I actually had initially brought this up to be put on the agenda. And I am a big proponent of local control. And over the last couple of years, I have seen the state with various bills taking away that local control, and I do not believe that. We know the nuances of our community. The people in Sacramento do not. And so this is a prime example of them not knowing what the city of Burlingame is doing. And the last couple of years, I have been involved with the Home for All, with Councilmember Colson, and really looking at Burlingame and looking at ways to increase the density in this city. Now, I've been on the council for a long time, and I grew up in Burlingame. And I know people years ago struggled to buy homes 20, 30, 40 years ago. And that has not changed. But back then, there wasn't a lot of building. And now we have come to a place where we have a council that has looked at this and said, we need to do something in order to increase the supply. And we've done so. We have approved over almost 1,800 units in the last couple years. Now it's up to the developers to build it. We've done our job and we've approved them. We've also done the general plan, which there was a lot of community outreach because we wanted to be as inclusive as possible to get various perceptions. And with that, with the general plan, we are allowing up to 3,000 units to be built. When that happens, we don't know, but it has been approved. So with that in mind, that's getting close to 5,000 units, which is unheard of for the city of Burlingame. We have made strides here. And I congratulate my council for that open-mindedness. I also truly believe in housing options for all. And we have plenty of areas in the city of Burlingame to do multi-dwelling. It shows with our numbers. You cannot dispute facts. And the facts are, once you incorporate the units that we have actually approved that are in the pipeline, we're at 54% multi-dwelling. We've actually done a very good job. We are one of the few cities that is actually reaching, if not exceeding, our RHNA numbers. So we've proven it. We do not need the state to prove it otherwise. We've already done it. And so that's why, to me, the utmost priority is the local control. And we should not be penalized for doing a good job. One size doesn't fit all for any city. Now, for the cities who may not be meeting their RHNA numbers, well, then maybe those are the cities that the state really needs to focus on, and they need to make some changes. We are the second densest city per capita in the peninsula. Most people do not know that. Most people don't know the majority of our housing is multi-dwelling. They jump to the conclusion that we are a wealthy city that is basically single family home owners, and that is not true. So I am definitely in support of this letter. And I do appreciate everyone that spoke this evening. And I did receive, and I'm sure the rest of the council received a lot of emails from our Burlingame community. And I appreciate you taking the time to verbalize those opinions. And we're going to be working on this for many years to come. But I think we work on it as a local community, not a state that dictates what a local community should do. We've made a lot of progress in the last couple of years, and I am sure we will make more progress futuristically. So on that note, will someone make a motion? Or if not, I'll make the motion.
I'll make a motion. Motion to approve sending the letter opposing SB9.
Second.
I will second it. Okay, motion made by Councilmember Coulson, seconded by Mayor Ann O'Brien. Can we have a roll call? Megan, please.
Councilmember Beach,
Yes.
Councilmember Coulson,
Yes.
Councilmember Brownrigg,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Ortiz,
Yes.
Mayor O'Brien.
Yes, motion passes 5-0. Okay, we have finished everything on the consent. We will now go into our regular action items. And so we will start with item number 9A. And that is a public hearing to renew the levy and collection of assessments for the downtown Burlingame Avenue Streetscape Improvements Project for fiscal year 2021-2022.
Madam Mayor, thank you. I will try to make this real quick. This is a public hearing for the assessment for Burlingame Avenue. Nearly almost 9 years ago, City Council adopted an assessment district for constructing the streetscape improvement for Burlingame Avenue. And property owners on Burlingame Avenue participated in that. Assessments have been collected over the next 30 years after the formation of the district. As part of the Landscaping and Lighting Act of 1972, this public hearing needs to be held annually to reflect any changes. And this year there has been no change in the assessment. The assessment for year 21 and 22 is $310,156, which reflects prepayments made by the property owners. And with that, I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Are there any questions? Okay, if not, Megan, do we have any emails?
We do not.
Okay. I'll open it up to public hearing. Is there anyone in the public that would like to make a comment? Okay, it doesn't look like it, so I will close the public hearing. Colleagues.
Does it need a motion to approve, Madam Mayor?
we have a second?
Second.
Motion made by Councilmember Brownridge, seconded by Vice Mayor Ortiz. Megan, can we have roll call, please?
Councilmember Beach,
Yes.
Councilmember Colson,
Yes.
Councilmember Brownridge,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Ortiz,
Yes.
Mayor O'Brien.
Yes, motion passes 5-0. Everyone make sure you mute yourselves because I'm hearing some background noise. All right, so we are going into staff reports and communications. We do have one item, item 10A, which is the Chapin Avenue feasibility study update. So can we have that report, please?
Thank you, Madam Mayor and Council. We'll try to again make this as efficient as we can. I will ask Jennifer Lee and our consultant Parker King to provide you with the presentation, and we're looking for City Council feedback on this. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, everyone. I'm just going to share my screen here. All right. And just want to confirm everyone can see my screen.
Yes, thank you, Jennifer.
Great. Thank you, everyone. My name is Jennifer Lee. I am the Environmental Regulatory Compliance Manager for the City of Burlingame. And tonight we will be giving a presentation on updating you all on the Chapin Avenue feasibility study. And before we get to that, I just wanted to provide some context on this feasibility study. As you may know, the city is a permittee of the Municipal Regional Stormwater Permit, which requires jurisdictions to reduce pollutants from entering our storm drains, which ultimately go to the San Francisco Bay. And methods to reduce pollutants going into our storm drains can be accomplished through nature-based systems or green infrastructure, bioswales, rain gardens, for example. The city has implemented several green infrastructure projects in the past. You've seen them on Burlingame Avenue, California Drive Roundabout, Carolyn Avenue Complete Streets, to name a few. And additionally, private redevelopment projects are also required to install green infrastructure as well. For example, Burlingame Point and Summerhill projects. And so this project was initially included in the county-wide stormwater resource plan, which is why we selected this street for this feasibility study. And tonight, my colleague Parker will go into an update of where we're at with this feasibility study efforts we've done to date. I want to also mention that we fully intend to use grant funding to finance this project. And one of the things that will make our grant applications more competitive is to have a feasibility with a preferred conceptual plan. And so with that, I will hand it over to Parker King from Woolsingham Consultants.
Thank you, Jennifer, and hello, everyone, and thank you for allowing us to present our project this evening. I know that a lot of the stuff earlier in the meeting took longer than expected, so I'll try and be as efficient as I can. My name is Parker King. I'm a civil engineer with Woolsingham. We've been working with the city alongside our sub-consultants to develop a feasibility study for Chapin Avenue between the El Camino Real and Primrose intersections. Next slide, please. So Jennifer gave a little bit of background, but I'll help share some more on why this project started to begin with. The city of Burlingame has identified Chapin Avenue in the Burlingame General Plan, the Downtown Specific Plan, the Bike and Ped Master Plan as great options to improve stormwater infrastructure, pedestrian and bicycle safety, and traffic flow. She also mentioned that the San Mateo County Stormwater Resource Plan identified Chapin Avenue as a priority Green Street development project to reduce stormwater and pollutant runoff. One of the big determining factors behind why Chapin Avenue was identified in all these plans is due to the width of the right-of-way. The drive lanes are almost double what they need to be, and our project's hoping to utilize that space more efficiently in an effort to provide the green infrastructure, community spaces, and better traffic safety that Jennifer mentioned. Next slide, please. So here's a visual of where we are with the project and our timeline for finishing the feasibility study. We've been really fortunate to get some great feedback from the public, DBID, TSPC, and others that have helped us develop and hone the alternatives you'll see tonight. After this meeting, we'll hope to address any comments we receive before finalizing our study with a supported alternative. Next slide. So our goal for this meeting is to update you on the progress of the project and get your feedback on the alternatives we've developed so far. The key topics you'll see that have become a common theme throughout the public outreach stages are green infrastructure, community spaces and village character, pedestrian access and safety, vehicular access and parking, and bicycle access and safety. So here's a bird's eye view of alternative 1. It features planted median with street trees, bulb outs for bioretention and pedestrian crossings, a mid-block crossing, class 3 shared bike lanes, and an optional all-way stop at Primrose. It has 78 total parking stalls. We'll get a chance to compare the two alternatives in detail throughout the presentation, but the main difference you'll see is this median closer to Primrose Road. Next, please. So here's the bird's eye view of alternative 2. Features a parking median with street trees, bulb outs for bioretention and pedestrian crossings, mid-block crossing, class 3 shared bike lanes, and an optional all-way stop at Primrose. This has 89 parking stalls. And you'll see the main difference, like I said, is the parking median by Primrose Road. Go ahead, Jennifer. So as Jennifer mentioned earlier, and I did as well, one of the main goals of this project, irregardless of the alternative we choose, is stormwater quality. By increasing the amount of landscaping and using green infrastructure like bioretention planters, we can lessen the pollutants that wash off our street and into the bay. Both alternatives provide added green space compared to the existing condition, but alternative 1 provides more total area. And then I'd say tree plantings are comparable in both alternatives. Next, please. So this is side-by-side comparison looking at Primrose. It shows the various aspects of green infrastructure that we've been discussing and how they fit into the street. Next, please. Many of the residents that we discussed this project with envision Chapin Avenue as almost an extension of downtown with a lot of potential for community spaces and pedestrian access. We've also heard pretty often that pedestrian safety is a priority. So we've included bulb outs for pedestrian crossings that limit the interaction with traffic. And then that includes a mid-block crossing and improved lighting to not only make pedestrians safer, but also make a better connection with Burlingame Avenue in character. Next, please. So here's a side-by-side comparison of the mid-block, where we can see the bulb outs, the mid-block crossing, and the planted and parking medians. Next, please. So throughout our public outreach, parking was one of the hottest topics that came up from both business owners and residents. Both options end up being a slight net loss of parking for reasons that we'll discuss in a few slides, but both alternatives aim to maximize the amount of parking that we can get on the street. We found during our surveys that most respondents were not using Chapin Avenue for biking, but because it is a designated bike route within the city, we're proposing to add class 3 bike lanes, which use sharrows on both of the alternatives. Next, please. So here's a side-by-side from El Camino Real. We can see the nose-in angled parking, the shared bicycle route, the center lane for turning movements and delivery loading next to Molly Stones, and yeah, the less wide lanes for traffic safety. Next, please. So now that we've gone over the individual aspects of the street improvements, we can look back at the alternatives from above and tie them together. We've got, like we've been mentioning, the shortened pedestrian crossings, the increased green infrastructure, and the added community spaces. Next, please. So here we've got the two main cross sections On your left is closer to El Camino Real, and this is for alternative 1. On the left is El Camino, closer to El Camino, and then on the right is closer to Primrose with the planted median. Next, please. So now on to alternative 2, we see the same infrastructure that we've been discussing. We have a lot of benefits that we've discussed from alternative 1, in addition to the center parking median to maximize the amount of parking that we can fit in here. Next, please. So we have the 2 cross sections, similar as alternative 1. It's the same cross section closer to El Camino Real with the parking median closer to Primrose Road. Next, please. So here's what I alluded to earlier about the parking counts, which were a really hot button item. The reason why we're losing a net parking in both alternatives is because the existing condition has non-standard orientations, which once we improve the street, we'll need to provide uniform parking stalls. And then you can see the top viewport is the existing condition with 2 separate types of angled parking. And then you've got alternative 1 below it and alternative 2 at the very bottom. You can see the comparison of 101 versus 78 and 89 for the 2 alternatives respectively. Next, please. So here's a similar style comparison for the proposed green infrastructure and bioretention. We're proposing to add additional street trees, landscape area, and bioretention. And then we've got some square footages involved. You can see that both alternatives offer a large increase from the existing condition, but alternative 1 provides a bit more. Next, please. So here's just a comparison table of exactly what I've been mentioning. If you want to simple down the 2 alternatives, you're kind of providing trade-offs between parking and green spaces along the roadway. Next, please. So as mentioned previously in my timeline slide, one of the last stages of public outreach that we completed was a survey in which we received 166 responses from residents and business owners alike. Some takeaways from those responses are included here. We had 93 new engagements from people who had not been part of the previous outreach efforts. Next are the responses on the topic of biking and the reason why we end up going with class 3 sharrows on both alternatives. Many respondents don't bike on Chapin, but because it is a dedicated route, we are still offering shared bike lanes, and we feel like the other additions to the street increase the safety for those that do bike. Lastly, we asked the respondents to pick an alternative that they preferred. 66% of respondents chose option 1, citing the added green infrastructure as more appealing. With that said, we last presented at the TSPC, where last month the commission approved a motion to support alternative 2, including the optional all-way stop at Primrose. Similarly, the Bike and Pedestrian Advisory Committee also supported alternative 2. And then next slide. So this is just the last slide for discussion purposes. It gives you a bird's eye view of both in comparison. And I'm happy to take questions or comments.
Thank you for the presentation. Let's start with Councilmember Beach.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you to consulting team and staff for the presentation. I have 2 questions. Actually, I was interested, and I ended up talking because I was concerned the BPAC and Teaspoon both in most recently recommended alternative 2. And I guess this is a question for Director Mertuzza. I understand that one of the BPAC's concerns was pedestrian safety and refuge across both designs. Which design, if any, had different kinds of better pedestrian crossings? Are both the alternatives comparable, or is there some significant difference between the 2?
Councilmember Beach, both alternatives are comparable. You could see the benefits of both of them. They all have safe refuge for pedestrians. The only difference between the major difference in the alternative is the trees and the landscaping and the parking. Those are the two different trade-offs.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. And then for the benefit of the public that may be watching this, I think I would really appreciate, Director Mertuz, if you could provide some additional context about the regulations and the requirements for bioretention, stormwater plantings like this that are really mandated and quite expensive coming from the state. I sit on a state level environmental quality committee, and then at CCAG's congestion management environmental quality committee. And I know Vice Mayor Ortiz sits on CCAG. This is a really big issue. So it's important that we at least start planning for these projects. But if you could just provide a little context there, I think that would be very valuable for everyone.
Well, absolutely happy to do that. There is a regional municipal region permit that Jennifer alluded to earlier. It's a permit for the entire Bay Area, 9 counties Bay Area permit, and Cemetery County has a permit, which Burlingame is part of it. And as part of that permit, there are a lot of activities, requirements that are needed to be done by each of the cities. And one of those requirements is to minimize or eliminate the PCBs, one of the pollutants in the water that goes to the bay. And the studies that have been done by various environmental agencies indicate that PCBs can be better captured by the green infrastructure. And therefore, this has become a very major requirement for many cities, and it is an unfunded mandate. Cities are struggling, all cities are struggling how to do that because it competes with parking, it competes with the traveled part of the roadway, and it also competes with many other amenities. So, however, cities are looking at how to do this thing, and it's essentially trying to incorporate the green infrastructure. And if we don't do that, we will be in violation of the state regulation, and there will be consequences as a result of that. So every city in our county, as well as in Bay Area, is looking to do green infrastructure. And also, as part of that, private development projects are required to do this as well. And you could see some of the projects Jennifer mentioned have that. And also our own city parking lot and garage project also has a green infrastructure. So this is going to be a major work going into the future. So I'll be happy to answer any other specific questions.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Beach. Syed or Jennifer, I have one question. So an alternative 2, where the parking is kind of in the middle of the street, not just by the curb, with people backing out. My concern there is, and maybe it's not a concern of other people, but the first thing that jumped to mind when I saw that diagram is, are people going to jaywalk and not use the crosswalks? To me, it looks like a big safety concern. And then also kind of looking at older people, and through their lens, they're going to be maybe slower walking across the street. And if they don't use that crosswalk and start jaywalking, it just, to me, is a setup for potential accidents.
There is definitely that concern has been brought before, not just on this project, but also other projects like Broadway, where we have angled parking close to the intersection. My sense is that obviously one way to address that problem is to eliminate parking close to the intersection, where there are turning moments or near the driveways and so forth that will impact the parking. But these two alternatives are comparable. You can pick one of the two. There's not much of a public majority of the public, as was indicated, that supported alternative 1. I think the Traffic Safety Commission was looking at more of a parking because that was loud and clear from the community that participated, especially the business district, that parking was important to them. So that's why we tried to, the alternative 2 tries to maximize the parking as much as we could.
Okay, I'm not necessarily concerned about the parking, considering the garage is almost built in our downtown area. my concern more is safety, and that alternative to the way those cars are parked. I can understand by the curb all along, but they're not by a curb, they're by the median. And so to me, that's, I mean, it's bad enough on Broadway and they're parked by curbs there. They're not parked in the middle of the street. This is different. So thank you for your response. I just wanted to make sure I was clear on the alternatives on how they're laid out. Vice Mayor Ortiz.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And it's funny because I thought you were going to say, I have a concern when I looked at that parking, especially on the north side where you have those cars angled in, and then you have the others on the street that are parallel. And I just can't help but think that somebody's going to be pulling out while the other guy is backing up, and that there's going to be a conflict there. So that whole interaction between the parallel parkers and the diagonal parkers just makes me a little nervous. But having said that, I do like option number 2 better. I like the island at the end on Primrose. I think it's better for pedestrians on that side. So like the whole thing. And I wondered if you could comment on this green infrastructure, as Councilmember Beach mentioned, is a big deal right now. And I wonder, does that translate to any funding opportunities for us for this project?
Yes, actually, that was one of the reasons staff initiated this project, because there are opportunities out there, and having a plan ready to go, a conceptual plan and preferred alternative, this will increase our chances of receiving grant funds. We did not plan on using general fund for any of the project from an implementation point of view, but we do, our chances of receiving grant funds will significantly increase if we have an alternative and conceptual plan.
Councilmember Coulson.
Thank you. So I walk down this street at least once, sometimes twice a day on my way to work. And so I get a big opportunity to watch all the cars. There's a lot of accidents there. And so I'm really happy we're doing something. Anything is an improvement. And I watch people dash across because it's that huge, long, Primrose to El Camino Real. I'm not worried about the parking on either one of these because as we had a big discussion, you can always take Samtrans down there if you need. Just hop on the bus from one side of town to the other, and then you can walk down our new lovely street to the downtown. But I did speak to a number of the businesses that are at the corner of Chapin and Primrose. There's like 3 or 4 little businesses there. I happen to go to a lot of them, the restaurants and the other little small businesses. And I asked them what their preference was, and the strong preference was for design 1. And the concern was that all these people get to sit and watch all the contact and the interaction. They also kind of beg for they're like, we need a 3-way stop sign up there. If you're sitting in that Stella Alpina restaurant area, people do come flying off Primrose and tuck around there really quick. And that's where mainly all the accidents are, sometimes 3 and 4 car ones. So when I add in people backing up and people trying to pull in and out and a narrow intersection of that, I really think people are going to be jumping out of their cars from the median. They're going to run across. They're not going to go up to the front. They're going to run across. Someone's going to be pulling in, pulling out. And I'm just really a little bit nervous and worried about that whole interaction of traffic and pedestrians, people getting baby buggies and carriages out and stuff out of the trunk while cars are zooming around there. And the businesses were really worried about that too. So my preference, I mean, we definitely need to do something. My preference would actually be for alternative 1.
Okay, I will move to public comment right now. Megan, any emails on this topic?
Yes, I've received 1 email.
Okay, would you mind reading, please?
From Benito, he says, I just want to make sure that the Chapin design really considers the circulation impacts of building a median along Chapin. A built-up median will render about half to a third of the driveways on Chapin to be right turn in and right turn out only. There would be no way for vehicles to turn left into or turn left out of the parking lots. Oops, sorry, I lost my place. Of those driveways. It is true that customers and users of the parking lots will adjust and find another way. Delivery trucks and other freight have no choice. What that means is that there will be more trucks and larger vehicles circulating around the avenue in Bellevue to approach the entry to the parking lots the right way. This means more turns being made in the area and potentially more conflicts with pedestrians at intersections. Right now, those turns are made directly without any detours. There's also the matter of fire access and CCFD being able to get through. Usually, fire requires a minimum clear width between parked vehicles and median to fight fires. It appears the median will really hamper the ability to get through. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, Megan. Okay, so I'll open up to public comment. Jennifer Pfaff. Jennifer, you need to unmute yourself.
Sorry about that. I was saying to myself, it's so nice to see this actually come to fruition. I think it was 5 or 6 years ago when we first were talking about this on BPAC. It's a long time ago that I was on BPAC. So really nice to see these diagrams, and I like them both. I liked to until everybody was bringing up this sort of conflict issue, which could be real, and these other issues Manito brought up might be something to look at, but anything is an improvement, and it looks really beautiful. And thank you for the work on and the time spent on this.
Thank you, Jennifer. Is there anyone else? Okay, I'm going to close the public hearing. Back to my colleagues. Councilmember Beach.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And again, appreciate it. It was great to read all the comments from the public that engaged in the survey, and, to hear about Teaspoon and BPAC's discussion. So appreciate all that. I do think the traffic calming elements that the green infrastructure brings really benefit everyone, including just the safety for drivers, for pedestrians, and even for cyclists. It's a class 3. It's going to be Sharrows, but it's going to make it more comfortable on that road to slow traffic down. I think it's going to be a great improvement. I echo Councilmember Colson's preference for alternative 1. It sounded like maybe our mayors had some concerns about design 2 as well. For a couple of reasons. Number one, I think if we're doing this project primarily to address the stormwater, the plantings, the bioretention, then that's a huge factor for me that we get more green infrastructure in design number 1. If that's what we're prioritizing, let's do it to as much as we can. Number 2, I agree, the predictable sort of traffic patterns with where the parking is sort of angled rather than having parking coming from different angles just seems to be a little bit safer and make more sense. I appreciated Councilmember Colson's comment that some of the businesses around the area prefer design 1 as well. I too am not particularly concerned. It sounds like Teaspoon was concerned about having more parking. I'm not as concerned with that for some of the reasons that were mentioned earlier. Quite frankly, I think this design, depending on when we get a grant to build it, what we really need to be thinking about are loading zones. And I really hope our consulting team and our staff will, yes, consider parking, but to future-proof our cities, we are going to need more loading zones for whether it's rideshare vehicles or I just listened to an economist presentation the other day, and I've been doing a lot of work with autonomous vehicles, subscription services, parking, and we have a beautiful parking garage is going to be great over there, but we're going to need loading zones. So I think that I'm not as concerned with losing a couple of parking spaces. And number 3, I think the other compelling thing is the public, by and large, preferred, they're both great designs. We can't go wrong with either one of them, but I think the public liked alternative 1, and if some of the businesses around there appreciate it too. Those are the reasons I support alternative 1. So thank you.
Councilmember Colson.
Thank you. I just point out that there are 2 very large parking lots. There's the library parking lot. We actually have some parking behind City Hall on the weekends and evenings. And we have the parking lot that's perpendicular to Chapin over there. So there are adjacent longer term parking, and then right across El Camino, there's a very large parking situation there. And I know these things get, pre-COVID, they were a little bit tight, but I'm hoping that post-COVID people will walk, bike, take Samtrans, get yourself down to Burlingame Avenue in a different way. And then the only other thing is I have been watching our city attorney. He's doing a great job keeping us all in line. And I'm laughing because I'm very proud of ourselves that we didn't have to have him interrupt us anytime during this meeting and tell us like, be quiet, or you're doing this wrong or that wrong. So I hope that you're enjoying your first meeting with us and that we're meeting the standards of conduct that you're used to.
Thank you, council member. It's a good meeting when the city attorney is quiet for the meeting.
I just couldn't let you go to your whole first meeting and not say one word.
No, you guys are doing a great job, which makes my job a lot easier. So thank you.
I'm sure he'll let us know when we're not following protocol. Vice Mayor Ortiz.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yeah, we do miss the Kathleen Kane evil eye every so often, but I guess we behaved today and you don't have to do your evil eye, but we'll find out soon enough what it looks like. I have to agree. I like the part of the option 2, but I have to agree that the parking in the median makes me kind of nervous for many of the reasons about jaywalking that you've discussed and some of the other issues with parking. I agree with Councilmember Beach and Councilmember Colson about the parking. I'm not terribly concerned. I think we have great options. I worked on this street and right around the corner for many years, and I don't remember parking being a real issue right on Chapin. So I like number 1. The sooner we can get started building it, the happier we'll be. So thank you.
Okay, I've kind of expressed my concerns with alternative 2, so I'm more apt with alternative 1. Can we, if you're ready for a motion, can we go into the motion?
Madam Mayor, I make a motion to accept alternative 1.
I'll second.
So we have a motion by Councilmember Beach, seconded by Councilmember Colson. Megan, can we have roll call, please?
Councilmember Beach,
Yes.
Councilmember Colson,
Yes.
Councilmember Brownrigg,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Ortiz,
Yes.
Mayor O'Brien.
Yes, motion passes 5-0. All right, number 11, council committee and activities reports. Is there anyone that wants to add anything under that? Okay, future agenda items. Does anyone want to add anything? Councilmember Brownrigg.
I do, Madam Mayor. So 2 items I'd like to suggest, and then 2 I just wanted to flag from the earlier conversation. The 2 I hope brief items I'd like to suggest is I'd like to have a quick review of our community gift limit and whether we ought to increase it somewhat. So I would like to see us do that, but anyway, we need to agendize that if we want to, and that those gifts are coming up. That's item 1. And item 2, not urgent, but I think it would be good housekeeping for us to get a briefing on cybersecurity. I know that we outsource our IT, but I'd still like to know better what we're doing to protect, what we're doing to back up. I don't want to pay some bunch of Russian hackers $500,000 or more. So I'd like a briefing on that. And just, sorry, housekeeping from earlier on, I think I heard 2 items. One is the pride flag, and the second item would be, what is our post-COVID public policy protocol look like? And both of those struck me as potentially worthy of conversation. Thank you.
Vice Mayor Ortiz.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And so there was a couple items that were mentioned earlier. One of them was the pride flag. I would be really interested in following up with that one. So I'll back Councilmember Brownrigg's request. And secondly, there was a discussion, and we did talk about this in the Economic Development Subcommittee about bringing back the street closures and the weekends later in the summer when things have settled down a bit. So I think that we should talk about that again.
I could just remind our subcommittee, our economic development subcommittee, that we are talking about that at our July meeting, and then we can bring it to the council after that.
Okay, fine.
Councilmember Coulson.
Thank you. I just want to thank Director Mertuzza for his willingness to sort of champion and think about the recycled water conversation. So it's nothing immediate. I just want to make sure that at some point we have maybe either a study session on how that works or what it would be, how it all comes together. Nothing urgent. It's just kind of a placeholder somewhere.
Second that.
Councilmember Beach.
Well, might as well chime in. We're all saying something. No, appreciate all the different items that were brought up, and I'm excited the Economic Development Subcommittee will look at the potential street closures. I would echo the sentiments of Vice Mayor Ortiz and Councilmember Brownrigg about one of the public comments earlier about potentially the pride flag. But I think what I understand is that it's very important that we have a thoughtful flag policy in place, and there's some work that we need to probably do there, and which shouldn't be done. It needs to be done very thoughtfully. So, as appropriate, whenever that should fit on the agenda when we have time, I think that's a good route to take, so that when we have various requests, when we move forward, we've put some policy framework in place. So maybe that's a way to go about it. Thanks.
And I'll second the flag policy conversation.
Okay, so then the city manager and myself can talk about that and see what we can get on future agendas and when. There's a lot on our agenda, so just keep in mind this might not be, all of these may not come to us in the near future, but it's good to at least keep in the back of our minds. All right, so on that note, are there any acknowledgements before adjournment this evening? And I think Councilmember Coulson may have someone.
Yes. On Sunday evening, my friend Roberta Chopra passed away. She was a longtime resident of Burlingame. She lived up in the hills off of Adeline, and her daughter, she had 3 children. They have 3 children. She and her husband Amit have 3 children, and her beautiful daughter Antara played soccer with Grace for probably 15 years. A lovely family. She was an amazing, beautiful woman. She ran HR for a law firm in San Mateo, and she will be greatly missed in our little sport community of young women, as well as the community at large. So Roberta Chopra would like to close this meeting in her honor tonight.
Very good. Thank you, Councilmember Coulson. Is there anyone else we want to acknowledge? Okay, so let's have a minute. Thank you. We shall adjourn the meeting at 10:01. I just want to remind people that our next council meeting will be on June 7th. Have a good night.